Hello, this is the conference for the group presently being identified as the Supreme Court of Law for the United States of America. No one is purporting to be hosting a forum capable of acting as the Supreme Court of Law in this nation, and some among us thought that was a good idea to try to bring into existence. So that's what we're doing here. Hopefully we can promote truth and justice for our American people. My name is Charles Stewart. I reside in Coleman, Texas, and this is the 17th of April in 2021. And we're starting out with a small group here, but allow me please to jump right into agenda item 1, which is our opening prayer. And thereunder, true God, Yahweh, Jehovah, Jehovah of armies, please help us to organize in manners that help us to resist the evil that permeates this modern earth, so that we can bring honor and glory to your name and advance your holy cause of truth and justice and peace. Objective truth and justice and peace, to which Mr. Blackstone said you yourself conform. And that is why we respect you, because you are an objective God. You are not a tyrant like some falsely accuse you. Hereunder, let us maintain the faith in the cause of truth and justice and peace, and in establishing your kingdom under your leadership on this earth. And in the precious name of your wonderful Son, Jesus Yeshua, we humbly pray these things. Amen. Looks like we got somebody else new with us.
Amen.
Mark,
you're present and accounted for.
Very
Hello.
good, Mark. This one was easier to get in than our last Monday conference, apparently.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. It dumped out on me on the first try.
Yeah. So it took you twice to get in?
Yeah.
Okay.
It just kind of shut off for whatever reason. I don't know.
All right, a little bug. Everybody, Mark's a long-time acquaintance from Oregon, where I've spent about 30 years before I moved to Texas and Colorado here. So Mark's just kind of new to our conferences, but welcome, Mark. I'm sure as we progress here, you'll be getting acquainted with the group. Let me go ahead and jump on over to our conference agenda. Item 2. Which is, welcome to our left-wing consensus building conference. All people of all beliefs are welcome to join with us here, but if any heated arguments erupt, as has happened in the past, our left-wing leadership will have the final word, and then the discussion will be shut down. We're not going to tolerate just a bunch of hollering and screaming here. That being said, let me see what we've got. Yes, all people in attendance on our conferences are presumed to be qualified electors, and thereunder we ask, normally proceeding through our agenda here, we ask if there's any items for people to submit, and we've got a number of them here. I'll go through, but I see Chris is with us too. Chris K. from Nevada. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you very much.
All right. Proceeding in the second half of agenda item 2, is there anyone that has any new cases that they would like to present to our court to put on our docket here? Anyone? Hearing none. Any new agenda items to be added to our conference agenda list? Anyone? Hearing none. Any new signatures on any of our oath of office forms or jury verdict documents that are related to our court cases? Hearing none. Continuing on. Agenda item 3. Our list of cases presently before our court. And our first case, our most extensive one, is where Abraham and I have worked together on engineering a complaint about this fraudulent coronavirus pandemic that has been socially engineered for us. And we've typed up item 1 there. We've got 3 web links describing how, 2 documents that describe the basic complaint as well as our model jury verdict. Yes, thank you for bringing these up, Louis. These serve as a model for other cases, even if you don't want to get involved in the coronavirus case here. These can serve as a model for other cases that people might want to bring. And not only have we composed the basic complaint, but we've also composed a model jury verdict. And we're working towards our final jury verdict before we even notify directly the accused parties about the complaint, because we think it's pretty much common knowledge and that it should be fairly easy as our numbers grow to get 12 people to sign on to something similar to this jury verdict. It's capable of being edited. People that look at it, that are confirming that they're willing to sign on as jurors if we can work towards a consensus that accommodates their views. And at that point, we'll be building a consensus around that jury verdict document. And so thereunder, we will build our jury verdict tentatively, loosely, before we even notify Fauci and Gates about the complaint against him. But once we've got our jury basically assembled and ready to go and up to speed on what the actual truth is in response to this complaint, then we will notify them and we will formally convene, and if they fail to show, we'll issue a default judgment. And if they do show, well, then we'll reconsider based upon whatever evidence they've got before us. And they can bring in their own witnesses to participate as the jurors, as long as they maintain qualified elector status and good faith in their arguments. It's a moving target. And this is the organic process that's involved in real common law jury deliberations. And the advent of the Internet and these phone conferences and things is actually an enhancement. So I'm looking forward to using this case as a template. Abraham is too, although he's indisposed most of the time, recently here for a while. At that point, I guess I should pause for questions or comments before I go on to case number 2. Anybody question or comment about our coronavirus complaint? Hearing none. Our next case before our court is not really with any formal documents yet, but it's just a discussion issue concerning both election fraud and obstruction of access to grand jury process by people that have criminal complaints that they want to present before the grand jury. I don't see Michael with us here, but Paul's definitely with us. And Paul, would you like to go ahead and give us an update on how things are developing with your grand jury complaints especially, and also the election issues that you and Michael have been working on?
Thank you, sir. There's not that much to report. We are all still having our petition to the United States grand jury in Atlanta kept from the grand jury by the United States Attorney and by the clerk of the U.S. District Court. Now, that fact alone raises the allegation that both of them are unindicted felons for being in violations of 18 U.S.C. 241 and 242. As far as the present situation goes, there are currently no more grand jury petitions. However, Monday night at 7 o'clock, Michael and I will be on a nationwide news feed to be interviewed, and we will make it known at that time that the county convention website in Port Charlotte, Florida, will have on their website properly formatted petitions to federal grand juries in all of the current states that have significant complaints of voter fraud. So it will be interesting to see in the following couple of weeks how many petitions hit United States district courts. One interesting little side note concerning Georgia law is that now that it has become apparent that international influences along with internal U.S. influences were able to subvert the Dominion voting system, that a lot of people here in Georgia are demanding that we return to the old ballot, paper ballot, for casting votes, presumably because it is ultimately of greater security. One of the questions that cropped up was, well, who under our statutes has the ultimate authority to make that happen? Is it somebody in the Secretary of State's office? Is it the state election board? And after doing some research, I was able to discover a code section that placed the ultimate decision on whether or not to use computerized or mechanical systems as opposed to paper ballots solely in the hands of the county election superintendent. So it is conceivable that all 159 counties could use paper ballots, or they could use machines, either computerized or mechanical, or there could be a variation throughout the state, some using machines and others using paper ballots. So the fact that the word is getting out now that it's the local election superintendent's sole decision, I'm quite sure there's going to be a lot of counties in our next election using paper ballots. Now, let's see, was there anything else? And I think that pretty well covers it, and I'll yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Comments or questions from anybody there?
I have a couple of questions, if you don't mind, for Paul and you, Charles, and the people on the call. In relation to you're taking your complaint to the USDC, I would wonder about that. And it seems to me, as I recall, there is a direct path for people who have the standing to get there directly to the Supreme Court, which is the only court in the land where you're supposedly able to have them sit and hear under an Article III hearing for qualified electors. And to that end, in that the USDC courts are specifically legislative Article 1, Section 8, Clause 9 courts under the power of the judiciary, not under the power of the United States, which makes those bar courts in particular, and they're foreign under Balzac versus Puerto Rico. So I'm not convinced that you can't possibly get an honorable and correct ruling in those courts, although it's getting to be very, very unlikely in my experience and observation. The other aspect that I think you talked about there, as you talked about the going to the paper ballots, I think that's just really a wonderful idea, because ever since we've gone to electronic so-called balloting, it's certainly been in question as to whether we had any legitimacy to the elections whatsoever. But I do note that there might be a way to expedite the processing of paper ballots. I've observed direct firsthand they have currency counters machines for banking and casino-type operations where they deal with lots of amounts of cash that absolutely, to the penny, correctly verify and validate the counts of numerous different nomenclatures of values of bills that are run through there. And so I think that even though we go back to a paper ballot system, there are some aspects that might have some potentiality to expedite that countability and bring a quicker resolution to it. But I'm very curious as to what Paul's observation is in relation to going directly to the Supreme Court to have them set for the proper people with the proper status that's been corrected to remove themselves from the burdens of the small c federal citizenship that was created. And I'm not convinced that that's not exactly the premise that the court has been denying a multiplicity of these really powerful complaints by Linwood and Sidney Powell and others who have gone to the court in good faith, but perhaps they aren't aware because they've been boxed into the two different natures of citizenship that exist here, if not more, in America. And maybe that's what they've been using to turn them down and say they don't have standing. And so I'm certainly glad to take Paul's learned responses at this point.
Well, thank you, and I will make reference to the one case that I did follow up to the Supreme Court's decision, the Texas v. Pennsylvania case. And if you read that decision, there was a dissent there where two justices made the determination that they should have heard or considered the petition without out of hand dismissing it for a lack of standing. And the problem I found in that case, and it may be the situation in other cases, that for some reason, and I do not, at the present moment, I do not know the reason. I cannot fathom why the Supreme Court would turn down all these cases, or why the federal judiciary would turn down these cases. And the reason I say that is because I am certain that Texas not only had standing, but they announced their standing. They explained to the court why the the population of the state of Texas had been injured by having the value of their votes diminished So I am perplexed at why they would use the claim that these parties lack standing. But rather than going to the Supreme Court, our objective here in these petitions to the grand juries is not just for a determination of whether or not there was fraud. Yes, we do need to know, there's two initial questions that have to be answered. One, was there fraud? Two, did that fraud amount to a significant equivalency to throw the entire election results as reported into doubt? Now, if those two questions are answered in the affirmative, then that entire election and its results can be declared void as a matter of law, as a matter of federal and state law. But what we were also after was something you cannot get going to the Supreme Court directly, and that would be an indictment or a special presentment against any and all persons who were involved in the fraud that is found to exist. Now, keep in mind, it is entirely possible that a grand jury might find as a matter of probable cause to believe that fraud was committed. Now, the next thing they can come up with is, yes, there was fraud, but it did not adversely affect the outcome of that election. So, with that said, then the election cannot necessarily be voided in its entirety, which means the current persons holding the public offices are secure in their holding. However, anybody who was found below those individuals to have engaged in fraudulent conduct can be criminally prosecuted, and that is what we are after. We want those individuals who think so little of their neighbors, who have so little regard for the property interest of their neighbors, that they would stoop to the theft of their neighbor's property interest and deprive them of their rights. We want those individuals taken out of polite society. And the way you do that is with an indictment or a special presentment to trial, and then upon conviction by a trial jury, they get to enjoy a multi-year vacation at the expense of the public taxpayers. But they won't be messing around with elections anymore. So that is the reason why we chose to go to the grand jury. Plus, it'll have consequences internationally for corporations that also might be found guilty using Dominion as one of the entities. It is entirely possible that a grand jury could also return a criminal indictment against a foreign nation, whether it be China, the Soviet Union, Spain, France, Germany, it doesn't matter. If they find evidence that a nation was involved, then they certainly have the right to return their indictment. So, and that, of course, once that's done, that, of course, can weigh heavily upon the Department of State and the President on how to deal with those individuals who were indicted for messing around with our elections. And with that, I think I'll yield.
Thank you.
I've got a couple of questions for Paul, if I may. Okay. Paul, a couple of questions for you. First, I recall that there was an audit being done somewhere there in one of your counties there of Georgia of the election results. I don't recall the number that was pulled to be audited. Has there been any feedback from that?
Yes, there has been, and I apologize for not mentioning that a moment ago. In this last hearing last week, the judge ordered that Fulton County, Georgia, was to make available to the petitioners in the case images, graphic images of all of the mail-in votes, the mail-in ballots. And that, if I recall the numbers correctly, that is something over 140,000 votes. And out of that, if they can prove that there's some number upwards of 12,000, it's 11,000 and something, fraudulent votes in that number, then that will be a sufficient amount to create a complete reversal in Georgia's certified results. Now, whether that's going to happen or not, we don't know. We just had a briefing this morning on the election update Zoom meeting, and it has been found that the images that Fulton County is going to make available in 5 days. Now, this will be probably Tuesday or Wednesday when these images will be made available to the plaintiffs. That they are going to be around 200 DPI. And at that resolution, they're going to have an exceedingly hard time, if not a totally impossible task, of being certain that the images reflect fraudulent ballots. And the reason for that is because the mail-in ballots had to be folded and placed in an envelope. And one of the ladies who was counting, a participant in the counting of the votes, issued her affidavit that she was handed a stack of what she was told were mail-in ballots, and for her to scan them and proceed with the counting of those ballots. And she noticed immediately that the entire stack did not have one document in it that had been folded. So, and she said there were several hundred in that stack.
Okay, I might add to that, Paul,
yes,
that whenever you see that physical, direct, observable, documented evidence, that is testimony to it not being regular, normal, or mailed, because it would normally, unless it were sent by an 8.5 by 11, have to be folded and placed in a normal-sized envelope. So that's what's termed a tell at law, which is an indices or an indicator that something is not normal and therefore suspect. Thank you.
Absolutely. And no, they were not sent out in 8.5 by 11 envelopes. They were sent out in envelopes where you had to fold the ballot. Once you were through filling it out, to put it in the envelope, you had to fold it in half. So, what, we're talking 5.5 inches by 8 inches envelope, and that stack she attested to, not one of them had a a crease in the paper.
Okay, my second question would be, if I recall, you had quite, a good number of people there in Georgia had signed off or signed on to this petition of yours. I think you were close, if not over 40. We were around 43, or I guess high 30s to 43. Had there been any thought given to convening of a common law jury where where the jury itself brings on someone to investigate each of these matters that you've articulated? I mean, to the best of their ability, to what information is available. Have there been any discussion there on Georgia? And if I'm incorrect on that number, please feel free to correct me. I just thought that was a pretty high number, like 40 some odd, or 43 signers or signatories on this petition.
Yes, sir. There were originally 44, and they weren't just from Georgia. They were from several states, individuals who signed on to that petition. We had one from New York, one from Kentucky, a couple from Michigan, and I forget what other states. But there were initially 44 signatories on that petition. Since that time, I might add that since that time, I have received emailed signed letters by another 240, I think the last count was 246 or 7 persons who had sent to me letters addressed to the foreman of the grand jury supporting the grand jury hearing our petition, acting officially on our petition. So basically what we have now is almost 300 persons seeking the relief from the federal grand jury in Atlanta, and we're not going to get it. Apparently we can't. We tried to raise the money to hire an attorney to take this matter into federal court to compel the U.S. attorney to not be obstructing our First Amendment rights, and also to raise a criminal complaint against the U.S. attorney and the United States District Court clerk for their conspiracy and deprivation of our rights of petition, speech, and hearing.
I have something that may be helpful for you, Paul, and others on the call, that I recently did some due diligence and research in the case that I'm working on. And part of it was, let's say, enhanced by reading Sidney Powell's book, License to Lie. But in particular, what I discovered while I was following the thread that reminded me, because I had already cited Title 8 United States Code Section 1510, 11, and 12 violations against myself, which is tampering with a witness, improperly influencing, harassing, or terrorizing, in my case, a victim, witness, or informant particularly. The 1505 segment of that particular Title 18 U.S.C. 1505 has to do exclusively with agency actors, including Congress or any other agency, which would be FBI, DOJ, the BLM, or even the POTUS, because the POTUS is an agency under Title 5 U.S.C. 551 at SEC, the Administrative Procedures Act, in that capacity of as Corporate Administrative Director of Corp US, Inc. And it holds that whenever you have someone involved in an agency who is egregiously violating the law, corruptly acting in their office, they are indictable for 5 years to 8 years. 8 years if it has to do with either a murder or attempt to murder, as it does in my case. And so that might be helpful for you.
Thank you. That was 18 U.S.C. 1505.
Yes, sir.
Got it.
Paul, Mark
listening.
Jorgensen, Portland, Oregon.
Hey,
Is the issue with finding a lawyer over?
No.
Okay.
Well, actually,
so,
I guess you
so
could.
Paul, there's got to be somebody that would do that. What is it called? Non-gratis. Somebody would want to jump on that case.
Well,
okay.
We would welcome anyone. We initially started out with an attorney in Washington, D.C., Mr. Bruce Fine, and he agreed to do that for $25,000. And we started trying to raise funds, and we've not gotten over $3,600 yet.
I guess the term would be pro bono, excuse me. Someone's going to do it for free, okay, with the profile that this case would have. Is this case going to be on the media?
It already has been, but not on the national media.
Okay, and Paul, whatever you did before, jump in that microphone. We want to hear everybody. It's a bit down. So, okay. So
okay.
this one, as it proceeds, it's still going to be media show?
Well, this is also going to be made known Monday night at 7 o'clock on the American, I've forgotten now what the name of that station is.
Okay. Is this a one-time shot, or is this going to proceed over a certain amount of time?
Well, as far as we know, it's a one-time effort. However, I will let you know this, that the Michael down in Port Charlotte, Florida, has put up on his website a petition to the Fort Myers U.S. District Court Grand Jury, and they are currently soliciting signatories to sign on to that one so they can serve it in Fort Myers, to serve it to the Fort Myers Grand Jury.
I
Okay.
was going to say, Paul, I think you might be talking about American Voice News or the Real American Voice Network.
Yeah, I could. Okay, hold on.
I think we've been joined by Michael here, Florida. Greetings. Michael, did you want to add anything to this conversation?
Yeah, hi, Lewis. Thank you. This is Michael in Florida. That channel is called American Media Periscope.net, and it's hosted by John Michael Chambers. He's a very prolific speaker here in Florida, and it's quite a channel. It gets 10 million views per month, and he's on about 16 different platforms. And we're going to be on there live. Yeah, that's American Media Periscope. It's a mouthful, but that's the name. They abbreviate it. It's just AMP, A-M-P, but it's American Media Periscope.net. And you just click on the live button. Monday night, there will be a button for live, a live show, and that's where you'll find us. And he's got a lot of great guests on there. He's had Michael Flynn recently, Sidney Powell Wednesday night. He's going to have Mike Lindell, I think, Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. He's out at the Rhema Bible College. There's a big conference going on out there, and that's where he's at yesterday and today with Lindell and Powell and all those guys. So that's it, though. I yield. Thank you.
When you say Lindell, is that Michael Lindell?
Yeah, Mike Lindell. Yeah.
Okay, the My Pillow, Lindell.
Yeah, we also have his video on there, Absolute Proof. If anybody hasn't seen it, it's very worthy video to watch. It's jam-packed with captivating evidence and witnesses from both the civilian population and military. And we also just recently posted yesterday a very scholarly essay regarding the grand jury. The title of the essay, and it's a downloadable PDF too. It makes it for a really nice book. You can have it spiraled down, and it's about 67 pages, but it's called The Voice of the Community, the Grand Jury. And it's a very thorough, historical, scholarly work from the viewpoint that we share. And there's two other essays on there, too, from scholarly men and women, professors that share our viewpoints, many of our viewpoints. The Resurrection of the Grand Jury, and Our Last Civilized Weapon of Choice, the Grand Jury. And between those three essays, it's a very comprehensive understanding of what we can do if we have enough voices, enough signatures, and enough petitions. Hopefully, we can move a mountain with the help of the Lord. So that's what we're trying to do. I yield.
Okay.
And this is Lewis, if I may, just in concluding. Paul, I guess my question was, and first, thanks for the clarity in terms of all the signers not necessarily being there on Georgia. I'm not aware of that, of the first 44. My thought was, have there been any thought given to, again, convening a common law jury of simply 12 there? And, I mean, if you've got the numbers now where there were an additional 247 some odd, so you're up to 300, if on any state land that there is 100 in place that choose to identify themselves as qualified electors and put in place then a 100 court and come up with arrive at a jury verdict. Has it, at that point you've got maybe court to court communication as opposed to the people, a group of people coming and petitioning a court or any other agency for a particular action. I'm thinking just along the lines, I'd like to call it kind of a double-barreled approach, not that you are abandoning anything that you're doing, but then attacking the same, the same problem from the common law side as well as your current actions. Had there been any discussion there? I mean, just with the numbers that you've got there.
To answer your question as briefly as possible, no, there has not been. Logistically, that would not be easily done, number one. And number two, I don't know, I would not know how to begin to calculate the expenditure of funds necessary just to bring 12 people together, number one. Although, now that I just had a brain flash, I suppose we could meet on Zoom. Then the next problem that I can see is having witnesses appear. We would pretty much be restricted to volunteer witnesses because we would not have any subpoena power that would be enforceable. And, boy, I tell you what, if we could get Mike Lindell as a volunteer witness, man, he could keep a jury busy for a couple of days with the amount of evidence that he has to be seen. And that doesn't even, now think about that doesn't even include all the evidence that Giuliani and the others have, Ms. Powell. That would be, of course, getting them to appear at their own expense voluntarily, even on a Zoom meeting, would be a heck of an expense.
Well, Mike Lindell has a new Frank, F-R-A-N-K, media that he's just launching or about to launch. I'm not sure if he's up and operating yet. But he is a very strong presence on Steve Bannon's program and a couple other shows on the American Voice News Network. I get it free to air here on 25.3 out of front, but it's in different venues. It might be, I don't know what it is on Dish or Direct, but I apologize for not knowing that. But he's done an immense amount of work. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Michael, you
No,
need
I
to
think
mute
that's
your
just
phone.
background noise. Right. If someone isn't speaking, if you could just use *6 to mute yourself, and then *6 once again to unmute.
I apologize.
Just as a reminder.
And not to distract off of Mike Lindell at this point, but also they're having some pretty strong movement down in the Phoenix, Maricopa County area on a recount down there, and they're committed to doing it, and they're getting some pretty strong. Of course, this is John McCain's neighborhood down there, and Cindy McCain is still active, and the neocon left-wing, extreme wing, and the right-wing party is down there, so it's a dangerous neighborhood, but they're getting quite a bit of traction because the people there are so up in arms because they know that the election was not run proper and likely that there was a stronger representation for Trump than the other candidate that couldn't get anybody to show up at his rallies. But these are some very hope-inspiring things, although the Supreme Court certainly, let's call it a question at this point with John Paul Roberts, who is compromised to the max. There was an announcement on InfoWars this morning, a caller, Steve from Virginia, that was certainly strongly suggesting there was absolute proof it may be the same stuff that Lynn Woods was referring to about John Paul Roberts and some others being involved, and Mike Pence being involved in this pedo operation, murders of children and covering them up and child sex trafficking, and that he was really an undercover saboteur from the deep state sent into Trump's campaign to infiltrate, and like they always do, like they do everything else. So it certainly bears some paying close attention to and watching to see what filters out. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, Shorty is joining the group.
Shorty, glad to have you with us. You're in Missouri, right?
St. Louis.
St. Louis. Yeah, St. Louis, Missouri. Glad to have you with us. And I see Roland from Florida is with us too. Welcome, Roland. And we've got a pretty good discussion going here, it looks like. I have some dissenting opinions myself on the things like hiring bar member attorneys to help with these kind of issues, and issues like expense and things like that for assembling our grassroots juries. It seems to me that if Paul's already got 44 or so people, only a few of which are outside the state, probably at least 30 that are inside the state there, those people could be invited to serve as jurors, and that would move the whole case forward. That would start forward momentum with the case right there, I would think, and it would be basically free. It'd be real low budget. Paul and I were talking earlier. One of his concerns was he was under the impression that to assemble our own jury or do anything on our own would require a lot of expense. But I think I was making progress towards dispelling that illusion by suggesting that when we do our own juries in pure common law jurisdiction, it's basically voluntary. We don't have to pay any lawyers or any court costs. It's just the people coming together in open court jural assembly process. But we probably ought to wind it up a little bit. Are there any further comments on this issue before we continue on with the rest of our agenda here? We can spend a little bit more time on this very interesting issue if somebody has something more they'd like to talk about. I yield.
Oregon, if you will, Charles.
Mark.
Thank
Yes.
you. Whoever it was that mentioned the absolute proof, I'm sort of assuming, which is wrong to do, that everybody has seen that And you can go to that gentleman's website that he mentioned, but it's also on michaeljlindell.com, plus other videos there. If you haven't seen it, this is what you need to see. It's called Absolute Proof. It tells the whole story of the debacle about the voting machines being corrupted by foreign countries, maybe even domestic. Okay?
I think
no doubt.
There are two different versions of that. One is a shorter version, one's a full version, a little over an hour.
Well, this one was 2 hours on there, so that I saw. But he did add some other videos. As far as the lawyers go, I'm not a law person, putting my 2 cents in. I'm with Charles all the way. We don't want to pay any money out for a lawyer. We want somebody that's with our cause all the way, and we can monitor people that come to that platform as we go, as a manager. They're representing us. We look at their job, and if they're not doing it, there's another person right behind them. And we need to do it as soon as possible. So, Paul, whatever you need and how quickly you need to have a representative like that, just get on it. That's about all I can say. Let me look at my notes here.
Well, you're looking at
the issue with Dominion, the issue is fraud. The main head of that issue is the Dominion issue. And if they start trying to skirt that down to the smaller level people that are fraudulating, whatever, the lawyer person would need to move the focus on Dominion, because that's where the main, in my opinion, I don't know, correct me, that's where the majority of the votes have been fraudulated. Okay? So all this other piddly-ass stuff, people throwing stuff in rivers and whatever the hell they do, that's, unconsequential, but it is part of the whole thing that's going on. But we don't want the jury, the minds of the law machine to go down into that hole. We want to keep it focused on Dominion, because if you haven't seen that movie, see it. That's what it's all about. Okay? Because we're talking worldwide sabotage and all that nonsense. Sorry, I'm getting off my soapbox.
Thank you, Mark. Other comments, questions?
Shorty?
I think Shorty had the microphone just a smidgen before you there, Michael. Shorty?
Yeah, it's called Mob Action, Fraud Upon the Court Under Color of Law.
Wow.
Yeah. It's basically a racketeering scheme. But if you're done with your comment there, Shorty, I think Michael also had a comment.
How are you?
All right, Michael?
Okay, thank you. The video that we have posted is the full version. It's the 2-hour version. And it's really worthy of attention. And I think that this discussion that we're having right now is really something that needs to take place. I definitely believe that a common law grand jury assembled by the people in a county somewhere is a merited effort that needs to happen, and it could be used as a preliminary or preparatory act to make a presentment of consensus by the people of that county or the people of the United States, because this crime doesn't have any jurisdictional issues. It's a national crime. Everybody was a victim in the nation.
Absolutely.
Am I wrong?
No, that is correct.
So I would definitely agree that assembling in some manner a jury of our people to examine the evidence and to make a presentment that we could then prepare in association with the grand jury petitions of Georgia and Florida. I think it would bolster our effort and give us definitely more attention and give it more merit. It's just very simple. It would definitely do that. But to think that having a grand jury, a common law grand jury or a common law jury on its own, assembled by the people, we have no enforcement power. And time is running out. And, here we have a situation where our president couldn't even get the court to listen to him. And this is going to take a critical mass effort. And hopefully Monday night, it's going to start that effort on this channel that gets 10 million views a month. That's what we're hoping. And that and a lot of prayer. So I yield at that. Thank you.
So add on to that, whoever else are in these major fraudulent states, what was it? I can't remember. Michigan, I know Georgia, whatever they are. There was like 5 or so of them. If we need to contact people in those states to do the same thing that we're trying to do, then let's get on it.
Well, if I may, Charles, may I interject something here?
Oh, please, yes.
I would encourage everyone to understand the question of jurisdiction. The absolute first duty of any assemblage of a judicial body or a quasi-judicial body, which all grand jurors are quasi-judicial, and they are judges of the law. But the one jurisdictional question that has to be asked is, does this complaint touch upon my present service? Well, their present service, the present service of any grand jury in this nation, and I mean federal and state, that jurisdiction requires an offense occur in their county. Now, once they establish that an offense has occurred in their county, their jurisdiction is not limited any longer by the county line. Or if there's a state grand jury, as they have in Arizona, I think it's Arizona, once they establish that a crime was committed in Arizona, the state line no longer acts as a boundary. What acts as a boundary is where does the evidence lead. The same thing applies to all United States district courts. This presidential election cycle is the one time in all of our statutory and constitutional law and our common law, this is the one time when a crime committed in Fulton County, Georgia, does not just affect Fulton County, Georgia. It affects men and women who have voted in the state of Oregon. It affects men and women who have voted in Maryland or New Hampshire or Texas. Once they can establish that, yes, the citizens in my county have had the value of their vote diminished or illegally enhanced. Once that question is established, then jurisdiction falls away as a consideration. They can go wherever the evidence leads, into whatever state that evidence leads. Now, that's how powerful your grand juries are, ladies and gentlemen, in this one particular instance. And I'll yield.
I have a little bit of response to Paul on that. A couple of items I think that are very salient. One, when we hire an attorney, although it's not known to most people, you're actually testifying to your incompetency to present your own interest. Therefore, you have to turn your interest over to an attorney, and then you become a ward of the court at that point, and he has the ability to make decisions for you unless you box them in very closely at the beginning and have them listed as co-assistants of counsel to yourself, is my discerned opinion and studied opinion that I've done quite a bit of investigation of this aspect.
And I agree.
Agreed.
Why do we want to hire an attorney?
Well, I'm not. All attorneys are not horrible. Don't get me wrong. There are some that have good credentials that actually do what they say they'll do, but they're few and far between. You must qualify before you do one, and it's better to have one take one on a contingency basis where they maybe give them some modicum of compensation up front to show your authenticity and your dedication, so you're not just acting to take it on a whim, but to show good faith. However, the taking it on the quid pro quo and the Attorney Fees Awards Act funds of 1976 to pursue the interest of protecting the public's interest, which is what we're truly doing here, and the people of the United States have all been harmed and deprived of honest services and other crimes against themselves, election theft, theft of office, insurrection, sedition, other high crimes and misdemeanors that are pretty serious in the big scheme of things. And I think that whenever these different audits are worn out, and of course looking at the January 6th crisis event managed production, it's unequivocal if you look at the real facts and the killing of Ashley Babbitt and so on and so forth by, what was his name, Taylor Lee. I saw his name, but I can't remember it all right now. I have to look it up in my records. But the man that shot her in the hallway, or shot in that direction at the very least, was very deeply involved in Nancy Pelosi and some of her friends over at the court, and it's reputed that that was Chuck Schumer's former bodyguard that did that shooting. He was a man of color. We're all color, but he was a darker color in this case. But that's of no consequence. He was the man that pulled the trigger is all I care about. And if she was actually killed, and I have no reason to believe that she wasn't, that becomes a real critical event. And, of course, the Department of Justice has covered up that crime, too, not releasing that information, although it's pretty well known. So when we consider this in a big picture, every American was harmed. Perhaps other countries were harmed, too. It could have been an international incident that affects relations with all other nations in the world of nations on the big table picture, so it could have been a global crime. And it's having global effects because this insanity of this group putting in these pretextual experts up there that is basically a third administration of the Obama administration, almost precisely to the player, is very, very dangerous to freedom, liberty, in America, and they're destroying our values, our culture, and what we have grown up to at least believe that we had here in America is under direct war and assault by unrestricted warfare means. With that, I'll chime out and let somebody else say it. Thank you.
Louis, if I may. Charles?
Somebody, go ahead.
Okay, this is Louis of Michigan, and I would say this, and, you know, for all disclosure, those that have participated on these calls in the past know my position, and my position is probably in opposition to most on this call. And when I say that, I mean that, number one, again, I'm on Michigan here, and I do not believe that there was voter fraud here. And when investigated here, it was found that the minimal amount, I mean minimal amount, I mean less than a handful, actually twos and fews, as I like to say, 3 or so, something along those lines, were not in the counties that all of the attention was being directed towards, such as Wayne County, and I am on the land of Detroit, largest city in Michigan, and of course Wayne County, the most populous county of Michigan. But in those areas outside of Detroit that went for Mr. Trump. And when there was an audit done, it was found that those 2 or 3 ballots that were inappropriate were in favor of Mr. Trump. Now, the reason that I have supported and continue to support Paul of Georgia's effort was because Paul had always, as he's indicated just time and time again, let's go where the evidence takes us. And I have supported the investigation and the audit of county voting records, and I continue to support that so that the truth be brought forward. I don't believe that this is the first time in my lifetime that an election has been stolen. In fact, I believe that Bush versus Gore was, in fact, a stolen election. But that's my opinion because it did not go further. It did not go to the Supreme Court. They did not begin auditing those counties of Florida, which I believe needed to happen. So what I am supporting is any effort to investigate so the truth is brought forward so the people know and they're not misdirected by misinformation. I believe that all of those people that believe that they have all of this evidence, Mike Lindell, Sidney Powell, and others, they will, now that they've been sued by Dominion, they will have ample opportunity to bring forth all of the information that the Supreme Court and any other court of the land refuse to hear. So that's why I ask about these things. I'd like this information to be brought. And so far, the defense of I believe that Sidney Powell went with the what I call the Fox News defense, which is no person of normal intelligence would have believed it. That Tucker, what's the guy's name? Tucker Carlson, whatever, has used successfully in the defense of Fox News in the past. I believe that that's going to be stripped down and that's going to be exposed. But again, I support the efforts of those that say, hey, let's investigate this matter. Let's audit all of the records or the ballots in this county, that county, or the other county. But when done here on Michigan, it's found that any inappropriate ballots actually went in favor of Mr. Trump, and that those numbers were, in fact, minimal. So again, that's what I support. I don't like to when we operate from a position of this election was stolen. Well, I have an issue there, okay, because that has not been proven, and if it hasn't been proven only because courts and I watched hours of testimony here on Michigan, hours with Rudy Giuliani and his witnesses, and it was a crock, in my opinion. My firsthand, I viewed it. So that's, I think that, again, if there's something that will, and that's why I talk about also the common law jury, the petite jury as opposed to the grand jury, because when putting together a common law grand jury, every member needs to be in their proper status and have notified the corporation, the de facto, of their correction and status. Because as Chris has indicated, with regards to hiring an attorney, a self-admission of being a ward of the state, you're actually stating then as a United States a citizen that one is no older than 3 years of age. And I've discussed this on several of our Wayne County calls, based upon their statutes. One is an infant, no matter how old. You can be 70, but when you hire an attorney, you have really self-admitted to being a United States certificated person, which is an infant in our Homo sapiens species, and that's in writing. So I can anyone that questions that, I can point them to the particular statute and code that they're using to justify their actions there. So I'm in agreement with that in terms of not hiring any attorney unless as co-assistants of counsel. I think that was what Chris mentioned. I'm in complete agreement there. But I just needed to let everyone know that is not familiar with my position regarding this matter. Investigate, prove it, and then we can make these statements as being matters of fact, because right now they aren't, and nothing's been proven as of yet. So, which is why I asked, Where are we with the audit there in Fulton County, Georgia? I'll ask anyone that has knowledge of the audit that's going on in Arizona. Okay, what was the outcome? Because until that time, these statements of fact, I believe, are premature. I yield.
Oregon, if I may.
Mark, go ahead.
Thank you. Louis, I would hopefully agree with you. My old stomping grounds is Detroit with a capital D, 52 years ago. Love it. However, I don't believe the evidence has been brought forth from the Lindell Dominion issue yet to the public. Pretty sure. Anyone chime in on that one? So, moving forward, it might be a good idea to do our own thing. Someone else can say, if we need someone now, we all use lawyers. If you think the court's going to make us seem smaller because we have a lawyer, I don't know. You work it out. But this is the way we proceed in today's society. Hey, I would rather do without a lawyer too, wouldn't you? But lawyers know more than we do because we're not lawyers. So the thing here is, are they going to look down on us as far as moving forward with a pro bono person? That's my question, because we don't have the funds. And on that suggestion, maybe we need to start something like a GoFundMe so we can start having a fund chest to move forward. I'll yield.
And if I may respond to Mark, if a lawyer is representing you, yes, the court does look down on you, as in children are to be seen and not heard.
That sucks. Yeah.
And that's how it is. And you can start with United States Code 1, subsection 8. And
well, come on. Did they look down on the guy that represented OJ? Please. I'm just.
No, they looked down on OJ, not the guy, not Johnny Cochran.
Right. Okay, I got you.
OJ himself. Yeah.
Well, he got what?
Okay. Cochran got the desired result for OJ.
Yeah.
Yes. For
oh my God. Okay.
But they didn't look down on Johnny Cochran. But I'm in agreement. Using an attorney as assistance of counsel, as Chris has mentioned, is different than having an attorney represent you or represent you in a court of law.
And that's regardless of pro bono or no, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I yield.
May I?
Michael.
Yes, I just wanted to bring to everyone's attention about the report that has been done relevant to Michigan, Antrim, Michigan specifically. It was done by a group, Allied Security Operations Group. This report in its entirety is on our website, countycongress.com. And the man that did this is Russell James Ramsland Jr. He's a resident of
We need to hear you, sir.
I'm sorry?
We need to hear you.
You can't hear?
Get in there.
You had faded away from the microphone, Michael.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't know that. I am on a cell phone, and signal down here is a little spotty sometimes. So am I being heard okay?
Yes.
Okay. The report is by a gentleman with credentials that are through the roof, like Duke University, aeronautics, and space. Hello?
Hello.
Is there a problem?
No, let's mute
Go
ourselves,
ahead.
please.
You got the floor.
Okay. There's a lot of background noise. I don't know what that's about. But anyways, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, part of the ASOG, a group of globally engaged professionals who come from various disciplines to include the Department of Defense, Secret Service, Department of Homeland Security, and Central Intelligence Agency. I would recommend strongly that everyone review this report on the website. It's the Antrim, Michigan Forensics Report. These are scholarly, professional people. They're whistleblowers. They are not government shills. These are patriot people. I would urge everyone to investigate this report, and it could be used as evidence. We could get this guy possibly to testify before a common law grand jury that we could put together.
Could you restate that contact again, please? I was away from my phone for a moment.
Yeah, it's on our website, countycongress.com. Just on the front page, navigate through the selections. It's called Allied Security Operations Group. That's the title of the report, and it's the Antrim, Michigan Forensic Report.
And if I may, I am familiar with that. I'm familiar with that county in northern Michigan, and I'm familiar with that. Well, not intimately familiar with the group that did the forensic report, but when I looked them up, I was not as impressed with their credentials as Mike appears to be. I believe that they would be actually ripped apart on cross-examination in a court by an attorney or by a non-attorney. However, that's, I guess, why we have these matters, and that's why we asked them to come forward. I would love to question that man, and because when I saw that report, I immediately looked up and say, who are these people? And again, I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum with regard to what Mike has indicated in terms of their credentials. And I myself, if he appeared via Zoom or any other way, would love to question that man and group that put that forensic audit, I believe he called it, together. I don't have those notes in front of me right now. I wasn't aware that this would be a topic today. But believe me, I would come prepared if any trial jury, common law jury, could suggest or command his presence, and they do send a representative. I would certainly take part in that. I yield. Oh, before yielding, the one thing that I'd like to clarify, the reason that I said that in terms of a common law grand jury, everyone would need to have corrected their status on the record. It's a man by the name of Terry Tressel that was there in Florida that attempted to convert a grand jury to a common law grand jury and was charged, convicted, arrested regarding simulating a legal process. And I believe that was because of not having his status correction on the record. And this man actually died in jail there.
Here. I agree with Lewis.
Anyone.
Wow.
I yield.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Charles. I'd like to just say this. This company has put their neck on the line. They have put their credentials on the line. Here's what they concluded in their report. Let me tell you what the purpose of the report was, then I'll give you the conclusion. The purpose of this forensic audit is to test the integrity of the Dominion voting system and how it performed in Antrim County, Michigan for the 2020 election. Their conclusion is this, quote, "We conclude that the Dominion voting system is intentionally and purposefully designed with inherent errors to create systemic fraud and influence election results. The system intentionally generates an enormously high number of ballot errors. The electronic ballots are then transferred for adjudication. The intentional errors lead to bulk adjudication of ballots with no oversight, no transparency, and no audit trail. This leads to voter or election fraud. Based on our study, we conclude that the Dominion voting system should not be used in Michigan. We further conclude that the results of Antrim County should not have been certified." Now, this is a company that has assets, it has reputation, and it has individuals involved that could be sued by Dominion. So I really don't think they're going to put their neck out on the line like this unless they had merit to their claim. Let their accusation stand with strong merit, okay? It's self-evident that these people have something that they feel is sufficient to prove in a court of law. Otherwise, I don't think they would have risked their assets, their reputation, and their names. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're getting close to a juncture where there's a conflict brewing between right-wing and left-wing perspectives again, and I'm inclined to at least get away from the specific issue of the that particular report in the state of Michigan. Because it's obvious that Lewis there in Michigan is not impressed by him. And I know, I've done enough conspiracy research work that I don't care how many credentials you've got. When they can get away with 9/11 and the Kennedy assassination in Pearl Harbor, they can certainly cook the books for a false report on election fraud here. We need the evidence before our court so people like us can examine it instead of trusting some big ugly corporation like what you're referencing here, Brother Michael. So please, let's drop the issue of the voter fraud in Michigan there, and I think we should go on with the rest of our agenda here after perhaps just a couple more concluding comments. Is there any other comments on this issue before we move on? I yield.
Well, since you referred to my comment, I would like to respond to you briefly. You said the big ugly corporation. I don't know that it's big, and I don't know that it's ugly. I think that's a biased statement on your part. I think let the people decide. You go to the report, read it, and determine it for yourself. I wouldn't.
Well, the gentleman.
I was going to respond to that, be it that I'm here on Michigan and
I didn't know that I yield. I did know that I yielded, but I'll yield just to prevent liberal.
And I was going to attempt to suggest that we put that off. However, since Michael has commented on that once again, I will say again that being here on Michigan, I have followed that irregularity in that particular county since it occurred. And I believe that you will find that it was human error. So their report, as I stated, if a jury is called, grand jury, petite jury, doesn't matter what, and there is an invitation to any representative from that company, I am not an attorney. However, I believe that I was not impressed by their credentials, and I would be one to question them, be it that they showed up. I read their report. There was a link presented here on the Detroit Free Press when it occurred. So this is not new to me. It's simply that I don't have my notes available because I wasn't aware that we were going to breach this subject on this call. However, I am very well versed in what happened there on that particular county and would be very willing to participate in any conversations beyond this call, definitely with a representative of theirs, because I do not feel it is legitimate. And with the population of that county, I will say this, it is insignificant. See, it's not like the Georgia situation where they're going to audit all of Fulton County, where the numbers are significantly higher. There aren't even 11,000 people on this county. So I would say here on Michigan, it is insignificant and will be found as human error as we move forward. And with these lawsuits, they've got the ability to bring this information forward. Any of them, Sidney Powell, whomever, Mike Lindell, Fox News, each of these that have been sued by Dominion have the ability to bring this information and this evidence forward to be examined. So I look forward to that. I yield.
One point, Charles, before we move on, I would take exception with us framing this that we're having left and right paradigm arguments today because, frankly, although I consider myself right and maybe Lewis a little different, he and I are very close on the same opinions on several different topics today, so we might be diverging on a couple of different matters, but we're playing nicely and having good conversation. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chris. Frequently, I think the tone between Michael and Lewis was getting a little bit more competitive. You're easier, less entrenched. I don't know how to phrase it, but I do think that it's good to just kind of put a wrap on this. I think we covered some important points. This issue of elections, like Michael says, is of critical importance, but that's the general issue of election integrity. When we get specific about the 2021 election here, 2020 election here, then it don't make a whole lot of difference. I think Trump was equally, or close to equally anyway, as evil as Mr. Biden. It's not a big deal to me which one of the jackbooted Nazis is in the White House. There are problems either way. So I think that we need to move on to the next item in our conference agenda here. And some of these issues about election fraud and things, I've got those issues, optimal election process. It's revisited in another item further on down in the agenda, so we can touch on these issues again. But unless there's objection, I would like to move on. Is there any objection?
No objection.
No. Charles, if I may interject.
Mark?
Paul, you still here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Whatever, Paul, do you need assistance with what's going on? That's what I got from what you said.
Yes, we do need an attorney, a licensed attorney, and a.
Well, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?
Well, we need him as co-counsel.
What can we do? Is it immediate, or is it in the long run, or what? Draw a picture.
It should be immediate. This U.S. attorney should have had a mandamus slapped on him the day after we found out that he had withheld the petition from the grand jury, and he should have had a criminal complaint filed in the federal magistrate's court. That's what should have been done.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. If we start with an attorney, we don't have to have the same attorney all the way through, do you?
No, we don't.
You can switch attorneys anytime you want, just like a manager, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. What are we going to do? What can we do?
The only thing we have been trying to do is we had a little website that would accept donations, and we solicited donations for it started out for the $25,000 for this Mr. Bruce Fine up in Washington, but it could be for any attorney who is willing to take the case. And
yeah, so you still got your $25,000?
No, we've only raised $3,600.
Oh, I see. That was your goal. Okay.
25.
I say save your money and start calling law firms and get somebody just to do it pro bono, because what you say, we can get somebody else if we need it, regardless of what Lewis says. If we want to represent ourselves, and if we have a qualified person to do it, let's do it.
Well, it's going to take. There are two problems that face citizens trying to get to grand juries. First problem is you have federal judges and you have U.S. attorneys who will do whatever they have to do to keep your foot from getting in front of a federal grand jury. That's the first problem you got.
Hear, hear.
The second problem you have is almost without a exception, every federal judge has stamped in their minds a statement made by Justice Marshall.
Okay, so are you saying that what you just previously said, that, in other words, they don't want their time wasted with whatever lawyer, whoever, unless it's worthy, correct?
Well, they don't want pro se's. Now, the problem the court has is if an attorney comes up, a licensed attorney, and says, hey, judge, look here, you're full of manure. You have taken a sentence out of a paragraph, and you are misusing it. The sentence they have taken out of Justice Marshall's decision was this: a citizen lacks a judicially cognizable interest in the prosecution or non-prosecution of another. Now, that was written in the case of Linda R.S. v. Richard D., and it was written by Justice Marshall. Now, what they've done, now that was the last sentence in a paragraph. What he was talking about was a citizen's right, not having a right to tell a attorney, a government attorney, go prosecute this individual, or in the alternative, don't go prosecute this individual. Now, that's what he was saying. But they have taken that one sentence out of that paragraph, and now they apply it anytime you as a citizen want to walk into a federal magistrate court and file a criminal complaint, a petition for a warrant hearing. They're going to throw you out because they're going to say, as you know, as precedent case law holds, a citizen lacks a judicially cognizable interest in the prosecution or the non-prosecution of another. And that is a blatant, thieving misuse of Justice Marshall's comment.
There is another view to that particular scenario that might be bolstered by the evidence. And I just recently read some language in some investigations of Title 8 USC Section 1101 in particular, relative to the two different statuses of citizenship versus a U.S. citizen versus a U.S. national or a non-citizen, formerly only non-resident alien. And citizens of the U.S. created under the 14th Amendment only have privileges posed as rights under their so-called Bill of Rights. And they're really technically concerned to be residents or property, if you will, is the accurate. They are actually created by the plenary powers of Congress, pursuant to Congress's ability to create things and so on and so forth, and they did. So if you take on this very dangerous and I think underappreciated term of being a U.S. citizen, small C citizen in particular, I'm not sure it applies to the capital C of the state citizens, but I do know in the federal citizenship scheme that they created under the pretextual 14th, which was never lawfully passed, but nevertheless they've considered it not reviewable because it suits their judiciary skewed view of reality of preying upon the lack of knowledge of the unsophisticated so-called U.S. citizens. And so therefore I think there might be a deeper, more dark side to that statement, but whether they knew it back then or not, I can't be sure. Marshall was pretty sharp, and so was John Jay and some of the others. Learned Hand was pretty savvy, but they talk about it in the Slaughterhouse, and there's several others, Ickwo versus Hopkins and other aspects, where they separate this ability. In fact, there's one in particular called Ex parte Virginia that speaks about it at length, that Ralph Winterround's been talking about it lately, that the citizen of the U.S. actually has no rights to anything. They're all privileges. And it's made the same statement by Jen Psaki and others in the Congress that U.S. citizens have no right to free speech. They only have a privilege to free speech, and a privilege is irrevocable. It's by the power of Congress that they have the privilege, and Congress giveth, Congress can taketh away. And that's something we cannot overlook in this critical examination of these salient and provable facts. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Is there any objection to us moving on to the remainder of items in our agenda here?
No objection.
Okay, thank you.
But the point is, excuse me, if I may interject, the point is from what the gentleman just said, can you deduce that anybody that speaks on our behalf as a citizen, if we're going to do without a lawyer, as Lewis says, you want to defend yourself, then we have no stand. supposedly, from what he just said, because they're looking down on us. We have we have, what is it, we don't have the rights, but we have the privilege. Well, okay, they'll give us the privilege. But you know what's going on here? In my opinion, my humble opinion, is that this is a kangaroo court. Let it go down. But with us, where there's a will, there's a way. The thing here, in my opinion, is, as Trump's doing right now with the military tribunal, that's where this should go. Period. I'm out.
If I may, Charles, just really quickly, what I've got on screen, Mark, is from United States Code, 1, U.S. Code Chapter 1, the rules of construction. And this is to be applied to anything, any act. And if you go to subsection 8, person, human being, child, and individual, as including born alive infant. A, in determining the meaning of any act of Congress or of any ruling, regulation, or interpretation of the various administrative bureaus. And the administrative bureaus, by the way, any administrative bureaus are any of the states. They're actually listed on their government website. They are administrative bureaus. And agencies of the United States, the words person, human being, child, and individual shall include every infant member of the species Homo sapiens who is born alive at any stage of development. So they don't care the stage of development, whether infant, adolescent, adult, senior. There may be 7 stages of human development, depending upon the source that you use. They're telling you right here that you are an infant. And an infant, once you use a attorney to represent you, you are self-declaring that you are a United States citizen and an infant member of the species of Homo sapiens. So when I stated earlier that children are to be seen and not heard, this is what I'm talking about. So using one as an assistance of counsel is completely different than having that bar member represent you to the court. So I just wanted there to be some clarity as to why I speak in that manner. I yield.
I'd like to point out my dissenting opinion there with Lewis, that it shall include every individual or every infant member of the species Homo sapiens. It sounds like you're stating a conclusion that when they're talking about persons, they are talking only about infants there, Lewis. And just because it includes infants doesn't mean that that's the singular use of the word person. I think in broader context of what it's saying there, it means adults as well. And I think you're spinning it in an improper direction by inferring that the word person specifically means just infants there. I yield.
Charles, Charles, you and I disagree there.
Charles,
shall include means just that. I yield.
Well, excuse me, Charles, he did say the human development of any of the stages in development. That includes adulthood. Okay?
I kind of thought so. I didn't catch your complete answer there, Lewis. Can you repeat it?
Well, shall include means every infant member and who is born alive at any stage of development, meaning that they don't care what stage of the human development you're at. So, okay, if we can agree that there's, let's say, 7 stages of human development, they're saying that a person, human being, child, and individual is an infant member of the species.
No, it includes an infant member.
Shall includes. That excludes all others. And for those
that
have done...
it doesn't exclude others, Lewis.
Oh, yes, sir, it certainly does. Shall include means specifically what it shall include. It means none other than what shall include says. And when you investigate that there, shall include, you find that it means that specific that is mentioned and none other. And see, that's the thing. We interpret it as meaning, oh, well, others, so-and-so is a senior citizen. So-and-so is at the adult stage. So-and-so is an adolescent. No, they're saying right here who is born alive at any stage of development, meaning that they don't care what stage of human development you're at. A person, human being, child, and individual is, in fact, an infant in the eyes of the corporation, the de facto corporation.
Okay.
So
let's face it. It's just it's an elitist, whatever you call it, agenda. Okay, that's what it is. And you're a citizen, and we look down on you. End of story. So they have some superiority over the citizenry.
Shorty
they're telling
here.
you it's to your face, right here. They're telling it to you in your face. It's not even a secret.
But
so what do you do? Okay, Louis, what do you do?
Well, no, I'm stating this. I'm in agreement with what Charles.
I know. What do we do? What do we do? How do we proceed? We got a court of law.
If you're going to, well, first off, I support Charles's position of operating from the common law arena and utilizing the petite juries and even the 100 court. I believe that the 100 court is, in fact, I think, just again, my personal belief, there is the power right there. You've got now court-to-court communication as opposed to the one man or woman that will get steamrolled in these administrative courts. I mean, you can be right as right can be. Put your finger on the law. It can even be their rules and regulations. And if they choose not to respect that, they won't do it. But when you've got a court-to-court communication, I believe that there is a little bit more authority there. So when we've got the ability to put in place a 100 court from the common law here on Michigan, it has been proven that at all of the inferior courts, there is no law. If one can get to the Supreme Court of Michigan, it has been proven that they do, in fact, recognize common law. It's been proven, but you've got to get there. You're going to take losses. You're going to take beatings every step of the way until you get to the Supreme Court. And they have proven to recognize common law where any of the other district courts have not done so. So that's where I look to put in place common law jury verdicts and then get to the Supreme Court on the state level as opposed to the federal level. If the federal level refuses to, that's what I wanted to say earlier with Paul. Have you tried the Supreme Court of Georgia? Because here on Michigan, they do, in fact, recognize common law when no other administrative court does. And it's been proven with the taking.
Good, Louis, good. So what Louis says now is the good news, okay? That looks like a viable avenue if they're going to open their arms and the Supreme Court of the state to say, yeah, we're going to look at this citizen that's going to represent themselves, if that's the case. But fine and good. Back to Paul, our issue at hand, and let's not forget, this is one issue. It's a big issue. We're chiming in on it, but let's not forget what this whole thing we're doing is about, okay, that Charles basically instigated because it's a bigger picture, okay? Let's not forget that one. So what can we do for Paul? I'm out. For the issue, for what's going on.
Well, if we can focus again on the big issue rather than getting entangled in a small county in Michigan, Paul, do you have any concluding comments before we move on here to get with the other items in our agenda before our rapidly approaching 2-hour business meeting mark?
Only this observation, and that is that we do not need to concern ourselves with individual pieces of evidence. What is at issue here is, can we find think we all agree that there's a problem. We may disagree as to individual pieces of evidence. But the one thing that we need to find is that venue where we can take whatever our evidence is and let a group of impartial and detached neighbors, not politicians, not government agents, our neighbors who are impartial and detached, look at that evidence and say, yes, this is good evidence and it indicates this, or no, it's not good evidence and it does not support the contention, and make a decision. Anytime a grand jury, one of the things that I have learned in this life, when a grand jury in Bartow County or Fulton County or whatever county comes down with a decision, yes or no, it doesn't matter. What matters is they made a decision. That is the decision I'm going to live with. Whether I agree with it or not, I will live with it, as long as it's my neighbors sworn to be impartial and detached. And I'll yield, and I think we can get on with the rest of the agenda.
So let me ask a question, if I may.
There are lingering issues there, gentlemen.
A quick one?
Mark, please, but we need to move on.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, there's lingering issues here. We've got a 2-hour business meeting here. Critical members have to leave at the 2-hour mark, and so we need to continue on. Our next item on our agenda here, corruption complaint of David Scheid. I don't think David is with us. David, are you here? I don't hear David here. And the foreclosure complaint of Cynthia Moore. Cynthia, are you here? I don't think she is. Hearing that Cynthia is not here. Lewis has been working on a complaint concerning institutionalized racism that is apparently finding its source in a corrupted decision of Dred Scott versus Sanford. Lewis, I know you were constrained for time to work on that, but have you been able to make any progress with that research yet?
I have not as of yet, Charles, and because I've just now completed you were on our last call here on Wayne County. Know that I've just now completed the 3 documents that I was authoring on the behalf of our assembly here on Wayne County and also of Michigan, and getting those off into the mail. So I've just now completed those things, and I hope to have something to present to our lawful assembly by our next meeting. So not at this point. I yield.
Thank you, Lewis. Thank you for the update there. I was wondering how it was coming along. And our final case on our list here, Chris Cave has, I believe, just completed a Herculean major effort of paperwork there with his case in corruption in the courts in Nevada, including the Fed court. Chris, would you like to give us an update on the progress on your complaints there in Nevada?
Well, I'd be pleased to share if you have the entertainment to listen to me. I just am blown away, and frankly, I'm not shocked, but I am surprised at the corruption, the proclivity of the courts to side with whichever side suits their corporate interest of supporting a corporation over the living man. And I recently, in this particular response that I had a 10-page letter from an actual federal judge as opposed to a magistrate, which is nothing but an attorney with a black robe on, although they like to pose themselves as administrative judges. And you have to consent to that, and I never consented to an administrator. I always objected. And in fact, in this last writing I pointed out the particular case number, which I had alluded to it before, but I hadn't been able to locate that, but I found it and entered it into the case and cited that I had met in a 26F conference with the administrative judge in the library of the district court building here in Las Vegas Boulevard at 333 Las Vegas Boulevard, where I was attacked, assaulted, slandered, libeled, and accused of being an attorney with no basis except my appearance and the way I conducted myself, my deportment, if you will. And she wanted to have my bar number, and I didn't have a bar number to give her because I was not a licensed bar agent, and in spite of the fact that I might conduct myself with the professionalism of one, at least they're good actors, I'll put it that way. And I was there as a witness and a observer of the process to take notes as a secretary, you will, or a court recorder or a reporter. And I was not licensed to do so. I was doing so pro bono for my friend that was helping me some, too, a fellow by the name of Robert McCarthy. Well, the judge had relied on her inferences against doing something against me, trying to dismiss a principal, the man who lit the fuse to this metaphorical dynamite to start this thing going with these pretextual zoning actions, claiming I was violating the code by storing junk motor vehicles in my driveway, which was a highly collectible, very valuable, limited production muscle car, a 1957 Dodge D500 two-door hardtop nose post Hemi with Pushmatic 727 torque flight and a WCFB 4-barrel carburetor, and I could go on and on, but I won't. Nevertheless, that was his so-called SPURT opinion. Well, the judge, of course, I had been taking issues with this whole process because I was aware of cursorily, but under the psyche trauma of being falsely arrested and hauled before a court and put in solitary confinement when I was ambushed, interviewed by the FBI, and they false arrested me when I went to their welcome lobby, just like they did some other people I was watching on a it was actually a court TV show this morning. They did the same thing to a guy that was working for the FBI as a special confidential human source, confidential informant, an undercover asset doing extrajudicial kidnappings and murders down in Mexico for the FBI, and he got indicted in this armored car robbery murder thing that I watched. I found a lot of parallels in this situation, along with the Roger Stone and Michael Flynn and the Carter Page particular situation. And in this particular scenario, when they brought me to my first so-called arraignment after I'd been falsely arrested and taken down to their solitary confinement, which was rather traumatizing for a multi-jurisdictional former law enforcement professional like myself, when they drugged me in chains and perp walked me through the hallways that morning with a gaggle of others into this courtroom, and we're sitting there, and I walked in. It was a really strange day, and there was only one woman in there flitting around doing anything for court except for maybe a couple of the COs or marshals, correctional officers in the court, but there weren't any judicial officers. And so it was rather curious, and she was the only one attorney in the room. It was really strange, and some of my other witnesses had showed up, were obstructed from coming in the court particular. And it was really strange. This woman was dressed in a rather suggestive fashion. I prefer to call her accurately a femme fatale, seductively dressed to titillate the male chained up subjects that were brought in there to psyche torture and to titillate them. Didn't work on me. However, she happens to be the governor's daughter. Presently, he was at the head of the county commission at that time, Steve Sisolak, and this was Ashley Sisolak, a rather, let's call her a little overweight, I'll put it nicely. But she was dressed all in black with Art Deco stockings with designs up the back and high heels, black hair, and slid up the dress. And it was quite a...
Chris,
go ahead.
Can we focus on bringing your case to a point? We've only got 5 minutes here. That's what we started out with.
Well, what I did is I squarely challenged the efficacy of the original process, I challenge the efficacy of the witness who is severely conflicted, both financially, substantially financially and otherwise. But this is something everyone needs to be aware of. If you're put on the Joint Terrorism Task Force, whoever nominates you to put you on there gets a substantial financial award and compensation from the federal government, DOJ, FBI, equal access to justice funds. And so they have a financial interest in labeling innocent people like yourselves, myself, as domestic terrorists so they can collect a bounty and get compensation. And then if they can investigate you for 24/7, 365, they get even more money. So I challenge the efficacy of the witness. I've got a number of cases, U.S. versus Steele, Stano versus Dugar, U.S. versus Antone, and others that say that whenever the federal government and the local municipalities and state pool their resources, they become part of the investigative team for Brady and Giglio discovery purposes, and the taint is no less on the case whenever they don't comply than if they were the actual prosecution themselves. So I'm challenging they tried to quote a case called, I think it was Brewster, trying to talk about post-search things, and I pointed out to the court that they had been unfairly favorable to the defense in this case against me, the prosecution, and that we weren't talking about post-search issues. We were talking about the predicate issues to get a warrant in the first place on the so-called affiant, who was anything but fair, neutral, and unbiased, and I put in an affidavit of non-complimentum under the Nevada Revised Statutes 50.080 et sec, which in order to be a witness and an affiant, you must not have substantial financial or other special self-interest in the case. You have to be a fair, neutral, unbiased party that's actually received an injury in order to be an affiant. And he had none of those things. And by the multiple conflicts and biases made him ineffective to enable to be an affiant on the witness. And in fact, the process they showed me that original day when they false arrested me was fatally defective because it was a copy of a judge's signature on there and not an actual wet ink on white paper, because I looked on the back to see if it had the impressions made by the physical essence of the judge putting her hand to paper and putting human energy into it to press upon the paper to force it to go through the other side, and it wasn't there. It was a copy. And I observed that, at least that day under those extreme circumstances, I still had the clearness of mind to look for those critical details which come into play at this point. And so they have dismissed one or two aspects. They tried to dismiss a key person. I put into a motion to reinstate him because he was a key operative. He hadn't revealed all the facts to his counsel, and they didn't know because they weren't a fact party witness under Haynes and Trinzy and Holt and a couple of other cases, Schwer versus Board of Examiners and Sims v. Aaron. I pointed out that there wasn't a license to practice law. It was merely a union dues ticket, and I'm sure they'll be thrilled with that, but I did put that into the pleadings. But so I just put that in on Thursday just before 4 o'clock, which was the deadline. Well, actually 12 midnight was the deadline, but they closed the court at 4 o'clock, although you can usually get in to put one in the drop box until 5 o'clock. So that's where I was at on that particular day, and I got it in. I haven't heard anything back. It's been too short a time to hear anything back, but I did get it in before the deadline, so it should be interesting. And, of course, then I do also have that 41-page multi-count grand jury indictment for a grand jury somewhere, but I'm contemplating there might be a less union-friendly rural area of the state where I might be able to move it to that county for a grand jury rather than here in Las Vegas, which is corrupt up to its hilt. And that's where I am so far.
Thank you, Chris. We are at our 2-hour business meeting mark. Chris, we can continue a little bit more with your case there if you like after we conclude our business meeting here, but I would like to, at this juncture, formally draw to a closure our formal business meeting. I hope everybody's had opportunity to affect this Supreme Court of Law in manners that are giving them hope that someday our American people might actually get some justice at the grassroots level. And so that's our purpose here, and I'd like to think we're making some progress here. Yes, Louis, I think I can take over the control of the board here if you'll. I believe you've got to leave here soon. Thank you for your good help with running the business portion of our meeting here, Louis. It's much appreciated.
Yes, I will take my leave, and you've got the board. One thing that I'd like to comment on, I didn't have an opportunity to do so, is that in our governance call of the Republic, the group formerly known as the Beacon 37, as you know, may know them, I found that the qualified elector verbiage has made its way into that group. In our last governance call with John Root of Massachusetts and Brad, and they were communicating some what they'd been discussing with Bill of the union call, and I was quite surprised to hear that the qualified elector, that verbiage had made its way into that arena, and with everyone being a qualified elector. So I actually thought that perhaps you and Bill had some conversation.
No.
Interesting. So what I was able to do was share the link from constitutionalgov.us that included that of the qualified elector, the township constable, and the oath of office for the justice of the peace as well, for those that asked about it this past Thursday. So yeah, I just wanted to share that with you, that it is spreading. And that language and is growing, and being spread amongst the groups of the Republic. So, just wanted to share that with you.
Nice.
Thank you, Louis. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I yield.
Right.
Have a good call, everyone.
All right. Yes.
Charles, can I have one question, please?
Mark,
briefly?
Go ahead.
It just can you find out if you're on the no-fly list? I know it's off the subject, but does anybody chime in on that one? Can you find out?
Finding out is near impossible. I do have a methodology for removing yourself if you find that you can't fly and you're turned down. And there's been some recent things. I think there was somebody big that couldn't fly this week.
Okay, good. And who's the speaker, please?
This is just Chris in Las Vegas, and I've had some experience. The methodology of removing is termed a mandatory declassification review to a special box. I think it's 25 in D.C. and Virginia.
Good. Thank you, Chris. I'll get with Charles on you then. Thank you.
Yeah. They're jackbooted Nazis. They like to hide everything in secret because it's more efficient at running a military police state. Especially with this current coronavirus thing. They're locking everything down. They're not going to give you hardly any wiggle room there. We need to engineer an opposing force that is coordinated, that can throw the gauntlet down and throw a monkey wrench in their machinery so that they cannot move forward in their tyrannical and despotic manner against us anymore. But Chris, was there? Did you feel comfortable concluding your presentation of your Nevada case there? Did you get a chance to summarize everything you wanted to talk about?
Well, pretty much, except for the fact that what I discovered after the fact is the judge that came in that day as a retired pro tempore judge special for that day was none other than a retired FBI agent, Bill Jansen, who came in to sit that day, and he was biased, conflicted, and he failed to disclose that disabling matter that would have made him disqualified to sit on that particular case because I was arrested by his FBI.
Yeah.
That makes it a communist show trial. It makes it a cruel trilemma. It makes it a hoax. It's nothing but a sham, legal, fictitious process posed as justice.
That's why we need to be forming our own juries and issuing our own judgments, so we cut through all of that garbage.
Hear, hear.
May I?
Paul, please.
We ought to try to do something for Independence Day. You know.
Yeah.
I was asked who were independent too.
Tired of it.
That's a good idea,
What do you think
Paul.
would be a good thing to do, Paul?
Yeah.
Well, we need to decide something. You know, the courts is a joke. The lawyers run the court, and I honestly believe that the law system, the Lawyer Bar Association, is paying the state a cut of it.
No doubt.
For the proceeds they make every month. It's just unbelievable.
All right.
Actually, under their so-called, what they call it, the state plan, where they become parts of Subcorp US, all the DCFS courts, all the traffic courts, all those, they all get a kickback portion of it. Ralph Winterroud, that does the show on RBN on Sundays, he has that intel if you're interested in knowing, and they're all called the state plans. And DCFS gets money for every child they kidnap. The court gets money for every money they lock up. So they're not fair, neutral, unbiased. It's actually a war court. That's what the courts were created for, replaced armed combat on the field of battle. So when you go into their courts, you're going to war.
Yeah. You know, there's statutes that say that you can do anything you want if it's in the interest of justice. And then we get to Michael's issue about enforcement, and that's where the rubber meets the road, because the law is on our side. Okay, they don't have a right to monopolize access to the courts like that private bar member association is doing. And we've got the right to form our own courts and issue our own jury verdicts and have our own constable peace officers enforce our own jury verdicts. And Paul was talking earlier about after you get a grand jury verdict, then you can go farther outside of the court boundaries. My research indicates that we're even more powerful than that. If a person, a justice of the peace in one precinct, gets a complaint by him from a person in another precinct or another county or another state, that there's corruption in that other precinct or county or state, and he needs the access of justice from the precinct of the Honorable Justice of the Peace Judicial Officer, that judicial officer can take it from the get-go, because the moving party, the complaining party, has the right to go anywhere he or she wants if it's necessary in the interest of justice and their local proper venue jurisdiction has failed to act or has actually become guilty of corruption. In that instance, the other local justice of the peace judicial officer has the authority to move on the case presented before his court and to go into the other precincts and counties and states and with whatever force is necessary in order to bring justice to the complaining party that has brought the case before his court. It's called general jurisdiction. That phrase, if you might remember it, general jurisdiction, that is an extremely powerful phrase, and it means that judicial officer can go anywhere and do anything he wants if he's got a legitimate complaint before his court and it's in the interest of justice. So we've got way more power than a lot of you are apparently comprehending here, and my life is dedicated to tapping into those greater levels of power, and I'm looking forward to showing you all some real tangible evidence of this kind of power here real soon. I yield.
Charles, you're exactly right. The only thing that I would add to that as you talk about the general justice, the general jurisdiction, it's actually when the interest is substantial justice. That's the theology that's critical to know.
Well, I know substantial justice is a phraseology, but it sounded like you were maybe conflicting that a little bit with my phrase general jurisdiction.
No. Just adding on to your comment about the justice aspect when justice is being sought.
Okay, substantial justice. Yeah, well, we don't need to. I think substantial justice means about a significant issue. It's not just trivial stuff. So,
I think you can learn a lot from it.
Background noise.
Yeah, there's background noise. Somebody there.
Okay.
Do others have comments or questions on?
Yeah, Charles.
Mark.
So, I mean, I'm not, again, a law person, but we've got justice here as a status quo, and we've got our justice, which is our status quo. So where do you go? We know that we've seen regimes overturned recently and throughout history. So I guess it just comes to that, right? One against the other. That's it. Yeah.
Well, pretty much, and it could be a soft overturn. If we get our act together judicially, start issuing our own jury verdicts, all the lawyers in there might get embarrassed, and they might just surrender the keys to the kingdom to us.
Roger that.
That's kind of unlikely, but that would be the optimal solution, because then at that point we can convert to a true common law, biblical Torah law government, and jettison this entire civil municipal form of government that's purposefully engineered to confuse the masses and to obstruct justice and keep the people pigeonholed as slaves. And we need to break away from that Roman Empire model and convert to the model that actually has existed in the past. We know how it should be working. The evidence is clearly available for people with eyes to see and ears to hear, but it's extremely difficult building a consensus around those issues because everybody's enchanted by the bells and whistles of the evil Roman Empire. Civil municipal jurisdiction. What are you saying, Mark?
I said smoke and mirrors, yeah.
Yeah, it's thick. But we're out of our business meeting. It's more open discussion here. Do others have comments or questions on any of the discussion so far?
Oh, jeez. Well, Paul, are you still here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what are we going to do with you? What are you doing? What's your path with what's going on? We have an issue here. Sorry to say it, but we do. What's going on? What are you going to do with your involvement? Or how can we help you? We're limited on manpower, but.
Okay. Anybody who can get my foot in front of a grand jury, I don't care what state it's in, except those states. Well, I don't care what state it's in.
Okay, hold on a second. So is this whole thing, it's going down in Georgia, right?
Yes.
Right? With Lindell and Dominion?
And yes, and our
Okay, so it's probably going to jump from state to state. Is that how it looks?
Every state has the same every grand jury in every state has the same jurisdiction.
Well, but we're looking at the ones that are involved with the fraudulent, right?
No, every citizen. I don't care if, let's say, the state of Nebraska is not having any complaints about jury tampering. The fact is, some of the people in that state had their votes diminished. The value of their votes diminished. They have standing to inquire. So,
but the way it's going right now, the way it looks right now, where it's going to proceed, do you have any idea?
Not until
just
after,
one step at a time, huh?
Right. Not until after tomorrow night. I mean Monday night's session. We're going to see what develops from that. But what I want to do, what everybody in this country needs to do, is to get a grand jury, which is a group of our neighbors who are sworn to be impartial and detached, to examine the facts, and if crimes were committed and if the perpetrator can be identified, indict them or issue a special presentment against them and send them to trial, hopefully to be convicted, and get them the heck out of polite society. I don't care what party they're in. I don't care if they're in no party. Just get them out of polite society.
Oh, if I might, how many people do you think is necessary to form a grand jury?
16 to 23 seems to be the general consensus around the various states in the Union.
Oregon's Constitution says you only need 7 in Oregon.
Yes, some states do have a lot.
How about Texas, Charles?
I don't know what it is in Texas.
Okay.
But you know, we could form a grand jury right here, Paul. We could issue paperwork with 16 to, what'd you say, 24 or something?
23, 16 to 23.
Well, if we had
would be a number, and
if we had a grand jury decision typed up and posted on a web page where people could look at it, I'd probably sign on to it, and I think other people would probably sign on to it. And once you get your threshold number of whatever number you figure is appropriate for your grand jury,
well, okay, it would be a little bit more involved. Just a group of people getting together and saying, okay, here's our decision. First things first, you have to establish your basis in law for coming together. Well, that ain't hard to do. That's the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. We all have the right of peaceable assembly for our common good. So right there's the legal basis for the assemblage. Then you have to state your jurisdiction. Is the matter being brought to you within the jurisdiction of this assemblage of people to hear? And yes or no. And then you have to subpoena a witness or ask for witnesses to voluntarily come present their evidence. From that evidence, you make a determination, is there probable cause to believe that, 1, fraud was committed, 2, that fraud is significant enough to place the results in question, and if so, then what do you do with that? Well, you can void the entire election.
Well, I think you're just setting the stage for avoiding the election. There has to be a trial before the election can be declared void, doesn't there?
Not before a grand jury. A grand jury only determines probable cause. They do not go to the level of belief beyond a reasonable doubt.
Well, then they're impotent to change the results of the election, because they don't know for sure whether or not it's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the election was fraudulent.
I have a question. Doesn't the grand jury examine the facts and do investigations and issue a true bill of indictment to refer to a judge to determine probable cause?
No, the grand jury is the ultimate arbitrator of the question of probable cause. Now, a committing magistrate in a state, whether you call him a magistrate judge, a probate judge, whatever, they can determine an initial probable cause, but they are not the final arbiters. Nobody goes to trial just because a magistrate in Georgia says, yeah, I'm issuing a warrant for your arrest because there's probable cause to believe you did the crime. Well, probable cause doesn't stop there. The next step for probable cause in every state is a grand jury. They are the last determiner of probable cause. And the reason they are is because they have an additional duty, and that is to judge the law under which the crime has been alleged. You know, you're not going to go to trial if a grand jury says that's bad law. You should never have been prosecuted under that.
That's jury nullification.
That's exactly what it is. That's what the Georgia Constitution says our grand jury has the authority to do. Judges of the law. That is an acknowledged power. No other public official in the state of Georgia is acknowledged in our Constitution as having in their possession. Nobody. Not the governor, not the Supreme Court justices, only a grand jury and a criminal trial jury. Those are the only two entities with that power.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you right now. Excuse me. I can tell you right now that if they don't put as evidence the movie and testimony of absolute proof on this case, one word: kangaroo. That's how I look at it.
Yeah.
So if it's going to go down how it goes down, and well, where that goes, we really don't know, but there's still a fight going on. Okay.
Well, if I might,
I don't know that. Yeah.
If I might, the devil's in the details. Telling us to go read a movie or watch a movie or read a book or something like that is not presenting evidence. If there's specific clips that address certain points in the video, you need to type it up in an email or something and say this point is proven between the 15-minute mark and the 25-minute mark on this video here. Please watch this section of this video to prove this specific point. And then people can follow you step by step due process of law. But when you just tell us to go see a movie with
Charles,
it's covering everything, it all starts falling apart. I yield.
I think the movie he's suggesting you might want to view if you choose to is Mike Lindell's movie, and that's what he does. He has Patrick Byrne and all these other experts and actual investigators who bring forth the truth of the fraud that occurred, and the ways they cheated shows the impossibilities of overvotes in places where it was astronomically impossible for them to have that many of the dead votes, the zombie votes, and other aspects, the things that actually account to proving that actual fraud was perpetrated on the American public and the election was stolen, I think is what is laid out in that particular movie. And like I say, there is an abbreviated version as well as the 2-hour version that was spoken about earlier, that you can look at it short one first and see if it titillates your interest and you want to look in. No.
I'm not going to go doing the legwork to wade through it all. Somebody needs to say point number 1 is proven at this section of the video. Point number 2 is proven at that section of the video. People like Lewis are going to entrench against us if we're just telling people to go watch a movie. We got to have something specific, tangible, based in evidence that's going point by point and following due process of law.
Charles, if I may, this is all laid out in. You should see it if you haven't
laid out by due process of law. Mr. Landell, I haven't seen anything from him that follows due process of law like a courtroom would require.
But they have the documentation, reams and reams of it, of those attacks.
Point by point needs to be subjected to an open tribunal, not just a bunch of intellectually inbred right-wingers.
Well, this is
going against Dominion. It's Dominion. It's Lindell against Dominion, you know.
I'm sure Dominion's an evil corporation, and I hate computer voting.
They are.
But,
that's what they've done, though. That's the evidence against them.
That's not good enough.
Okay. Well, we'll see. I don't know.
Well, you don't see no jury verdicts coming forth, do you? I would be engineering a jury verdict on it if the people talking about this were actually presenting evidence step by step like what Lewis has been asking for.
Well, we'll have to watch and see their evidence. That's all there is to it.
Well, it's supposed to be available. Giuliani, he had books and books and books of it. But where is it? Can we find it on the internet? No.
No. Huh. Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't mean to raise my voice, but
no, we hear you, man. Yeah.
We're all frustrated with the corruption, and we're coming at it from different angles, so it's a little bit difficult to.
So we can all see this thing going on, Paul, on TV.
Paul's got
Paul,
I think Paul and Michael are joining together on Monday for that TV show.
Yeah, Monday evening at 7:00.
On what? Where? How? When?
Oh boy, my computer just went off. Okay, bear with me. American Media Periscope.
Can't hear you. Hold on, let me turn it up, please. Okay. The Periscope thing. Okay. American
Media Periscope.net.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. But right now I don't have any computer, so I don't have any internet. It's blown out because of my company.
You don't have a smartphone?
Nope, I don't have Wi-Fi on there either. So
Well, now I understand that they archive their interviews somewhere. I don't know where. I'm not familiar with this organization.
Okay, if Charles has that information or anybody can get it, what time it's going to be on, I sure would like to see that. I'm sure we all would.
Well, it's Monday night Eastern.
May I?
Okay.
Paul, this is Michael.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Who's the Inquirer? What's your name and state?
Mark Jorgensen, Portland, Oregon.
Okay, Mark, this is Michael. I'm the admin of the website countycongress.com. And
Michael, your state, please. I didn't get it.
Yeah, I'm in Florida.
Oh, Florida. Okay, good. Thank you.
And it's going to be at 7 p.m. Monday night, AmericanMediaPeriscope.net. When you get on the site, you go to the live. You just scroll down, and you'll see the live selection. Watch live, and that's what you do. And it's going to be for an hour, and it should be a very good presentation.
So it's not actually public TV, it's just on the net. It's public on the net, correct?
Yeah, it's viewed by 10 million people per month. That's
okay.
On the channel. It's one of the top Patriot channels in America. It's right there with America's Voice with Steve Bannon. That's the kind of show it is. There's multiple guests every day. It's 5 days a week.
Okay. I'll have to add that. Thank you, Michael. Hopefully I'll get my internet back. I've been off for like 4 days, 5 now. Thank you.
You're welcome. I yield.
All right. Welcome to the open discussion session, everybody. And I pulled up AmericanMediaPeriscope.net. Okay. So it's a real live web link there.
Okay.
Mark.
All right, good.
So Michael's instructions are good. Continuing on, I guess we could continue on with agenda items. My agenda is there. Agenda item 4. News items or of national interest or breaking research. Does anybody have any news items of national interest or breaking research to share? Hearing none. Gary Bergman has volunteered some work in the past there for us, and he indicated that he wanted to do something again tonight on the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, but he had something last come up, and he texted me and he said he can't make it tonight. So maybe in our next conference. But proceeding on, the process for empowering our people at our grassroots, agenda item 5, is from our common law tradition. As the Seventh Amendment clearly declares, our common law tradition is part of our American United States Constitution. And if you read the Seventh Amendment closely, those rules of the common law are a higher system of law. Okay? The federal Supreme Court that presently exists has the authority to dispose of cases through admiralty, maritime, and equity jurisdiction, and at-law jurisdiction, which is technically at common law. And so they've got 4 basic jurisdictions there. But if you look at the wording of the Seventh Amendment, it says, no fact tried by a jury shall be re-examined by any court of the United States other than according to the rules of the common law. And so the reason that I'm so fanatical about going directly to form our own trial juries and trying facts is so that we can tap into the horsepower of the Seventh Amendment. If we don't do that, then the de facto courts got the right to continue on using their equity, admiralty, and maritime jurisdiction that's right there given to them in Article 3 of the U.S. Constitution to run the place like a military police state. And we're not going to break out of it until we get back to the common law, which requires lots and lots and lots and lots of trial by jury events. Okay? And concerning Michael's issue of enforcement, we've got, according to, there's 180,000 or so, according to the U.S. Census Bureau. There's 180,000 or so precincts all across the USA, and there's another 120,000 that are precinct-like polling places. Okay? And it's my opinion that not only those precincts, but those precinct-like polling places should all be considered as legitimate common law jurisdictions with authority to establish their own court of justice and to elect their own justice of the peace judicial officer. And so that's 300,000 precincts and precinct-like communities there that has the capability of establishing their own court of general jurisdiction. And guess what? Each of those 300,000 are politically subdivided into 10 common law township jurisdictions with their own executive officer, peace officer, town constable, which boosts our number up to 3 million. We've got 3 million vacant offices of town constable that we can go eyeball to eyeball against the de factos, and we've got the moral and the legal high ground to move forward with our town constables, because our town constables are elected by the qualified electors in their own township, and that's 1/10 of the average precinct, which is probably over 1,000 people on average across the USA. And so we've got all of this power at our fingertips, but it's like talking to blind people to try to explain how this power is available to us. And so I'm going to keep pushing forward until I finally get enough people recognizing the merits of what I'm trying to talk about here. And that may be never, but I don't think so. I think as the military police state continues to lock down everybody, there's going to come a breaking point where people are already rioting in the street. The whole Black Lives Matter and Proud Boys and things like that. There's already conflict going on, that our local peace officers could be bringing peaceful resolution on the street to, and our judicial officers could be holding court right there on the street. But nobody's doing it because they're all off distracted with other things that are not part of the legitimate common law governmental process. So anyway, that's kind of my introduction for why we need to be organizing and empowering and getting volunteers for our town constables and our justice of the peace judicial officers. And these can be our qualified electors. Every one of those 3 million town constables, he's got the right to deputize every qualified elector under him, and it requires a total of 10 qualified electors to form his township. So that means there's a total of 30 million potential peace officers if you include deputy peace officers, like a deputy sheriff. You know, a deputy sheriff is, technically speaking, a deputy peace officer. Well, Oregon's Constitution and others have recognized the existence of deputy peace officers, deputy constables. These terms have been recognized historically in the USA, and we can resurrect them. And once we get enough people with eyes to see and ears to hear to start moving forward in this direction, then we can start making some changes without having to whine and beg to the de factos. Please listen to our petition. So anyway, that's the little rant that I wanted to espouse there. I hope y'all comprehend
we appreciate it.
Right there in Agenda 5. I yield. Comments, questions?
Thanks, Charles. The thing here is that's a monumental task, but tasks are made to be overcome and completed. So, again, what you said, explaining it to them, that's the thing we have before us. I know that you can do that. You have that in documentation right now. So that's the basic thing right there as far as moving people toward the goal.
Mm-hmm.
So you have that text right in your hands, yeah.
Thank you, Mark. I visualize coming to a point soon. I'm getting ready to do this personally, presenting documents to local, state, or national de factos. I'm thinking about the U.S. House of Representatives. One of my favorite documents that I've constructed, about 15 pages, is a constructive notice of treason document, and explains how the Roman Empire model of government is being used to subvert our common law rights. Gets into lots of detail, and once we present those documents to U.S. representatives or federal judges, and they fail to deny the truth of the matter within 30 days or so, then that constructive notice of treason, it's a public notice, that stands as fact. It's unrebutted. And we've also got how to form our responsibly self-governing communities that talks about our town constables and our justices of the peace, and we present those paperwork to the different de facto officers. And most of them are going to fall silent and will secure default judgments thereunder. And at that point, we've got the right to organize our town constables to move, to make changes.
I hear you. Good. That's the green light. So we do that legwork first, take it up against the, what do you call it, the people that are in power right now, and that's how they deny it. They say stay silent, or they poo-poo it, whatever have you. Then it's a green light for us that we have proof that they did that, and we have the right to do this. So bingo, bango, bongo.
Yeah. It's like lining up the dominoes, and then you push one, and boom.
So we got to do that first, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so when we do that, then we have a long leg of turning people over to this system, turning them over. 300 million or even 300,000, that's monumental, but it's not super monumental because it'll grow synergistically as it grows.
I think our number was 30 million, counting our deputy peace officers. Deputy constables.
But on a basic starting out grassroots level, it's, one at a time, then it just starts growing you can't.
That's a big number, and some of those precincts are up around 10,000 people. Other precincts only got 5 people in them. So, it's like counties. It needs to be revamped. The biblical Torah law model as the common law model, organized according to specific numbers of able-bodied men able to go to war, like in the biblical book of Numbers. It talks about organizing all the men over the age of 20 that are capable of going to war. And that's what the communities of tens and fifties and hundreds and thousands were all about. You heard Lewis talking earlier about the 100 courts. Those were alive and well in ancient common law jurisdiction as well as early American common law jurisdiction. And those 100 courts are in turn based upon common law, and the common law tradition is based upon the biblical Torah law.
Once it starts turning over and people jumping in, a lot of those sheriffs are going to be ready to go, and that's a good news.
We could start doing outreach to sheriffs and confronting them about their inherent. They've got the sheriff has 10 precincts. The precincts are 100 court. A proper county court would really be called the shire court. The sheriff is the leader of the shire, and he would have authority to command 10 100-man armies, or basically a 1,000-man army.
Yep, and not only that, because they know what their standing is. Some don't, I suppose, but because a lot of people look up to the sheriffs. I don't know much about it. You do, Charles, but once again, we empower them with what's going on here. They're going to go, hell yes, I'm in.
Well, probably a majority of them. It's hard to say. There's a lot of pressure on them, and a lot of them are high-level Masons or Jesuits or something that are compromised from the get-go. We don't know the numbers. I'm sure.
Wheat from the chaff.
Yeah, it's a separating process, and we won't know until we start just doing the separating work.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, but it's a grand picture because there's light at the end of the tunnel here. We can do this once we get our ducks lined up, and I'm going to start sending out documents to local de factos and people going on up the hierarchy. And once I start getting reactions, I'll be making YouTube videos about it and stuff. I'll be making YouTube videos challenging my United States representative and my United States senator here in Texas. And and when people start seeing videos and seeing the documents linked together with me boldly declaring that it appears that you've defaulted and you've refused to answer this issue, so we believe we've got the right to organize to take control away from you. And so there's a number of different ways it can break, and I don't want to start talking recklessly or anything, but there's the power is constitutionally implanted at our fingertips, and that Seventh Amendment, together with the Sixth Amendment, those together provide excellent supportive material. And the Fifth Amendment. The Fifth Amendment guarantees due process of law to every American. And 95% of the people presently in jail were not there as a result of due process of law. And so we can re-examine all of those cases. We can do so much that's positive that it's absolutely mind-boggling.
So, Charles, is your videos, is all your videos on from that web information you gave me?
Yeah, it's in the email that.
All of it? Okay.
Yeah, there's links to our 2 YouTube channels and our conference recording channel.
The funny thing here is that you know about Iceland, right, and the takeover there?
They kicked the bankers out, right?
Yeah, they just jumped on it, man. Like us almost jumping on the Capitol. Hey, that's a sign, man. But that's in a aggressive citizenry against the whatever the administration, you know. And who knows? I mean, that probably wouldn't happen considering our military industrial complex, correct? So it's like, you know, it was a good effort, but and it raised it raised more than eyebrows is what it did. But the thing is, but our way is the slow and sure, in the right, without violence. It may come to that, but nonetheless, we know how to proceed, and we're going to do it.
Yeah, the law's on our side,
and we're under the right. We have the right of law. We know how to proceed. It's all. That's the beauty of it.
Mm-hmm. We've got the lawful high ground. We've got the moral high ground.
Right.
Yeah. The only thing left is
okay.
Forcible removal from office, arrest at least long enough to remove people from office, and if we decide to push the envelope even farther through our juries, we don't. See, our judicial officers don't have to do anything. I shouldn't say that, but almost everything that our judicial officers can do that actually affects the outside world, it should be done through the juries. See, that way it's not just one person saying it, it's 12.
Yeah.
And that provides instinctive, organic law-based credibility.
Mm-hmm. 12 men.
Yeah.
You saw that movie, didn't you?
Oh, well, I think there's been a number of movies like that.
Yeah. 12 Angry Men, excuse me, yeah.
Yeah.
Been redone, yeah.
Yeah, but that was within civil municipal jurisdiction, and they were what do they call it? Sequestered. You know, they're locked in a room. The old pure common law juries went out in the neighborhood and asked the neighbors, "Hey, what was going on? Did you see anything there last week? We got a report. There was a crime." They were functioned inquisitorially. They were not only jurists, they were witnesses.
Yeah, that's interesting. I like that.
That's grassroots empowerment. The people can bring it before the court in regular court session and start developing the consensus in free and open discussion like what we were doing here.
The thing about that, as far as the enclosure of the wall within the walls of it, because they don't want the juries to be influenced by outside influence, and that would almost be in contradiction to that. But if people are already sworn and they go out in the public, as you say, they would have the, possibility like being bribed or whatever of that, but that would always be hopefully found out.
Well, see, the consensus building process when 12 people come together, that is ruthless. You saw a little bit of it in the conference here tonight. People get intense. People criticize each other's way of thinking and looking at things, and only the truth survives that consensus building process when you apply the rules of the common law.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's due process. Like, you got to have an injured party, corpus delicti. You got to have show the complaining party needs to show that it's obvious that the accused criminal had malicious intent, mens rea. It wasn't just an accident. It was at least reckless negligence. He was grossly indifferent and probably malicious. And when our complaints are against the de factos, it's always malicious. They do it all the time. So, we're drowning in obvious, and that mens rea malicious intent issue, that's the hardest element of criminal conviction to secure, because you got to be able to read the person's mind. But see, this is the advantage of giving them the constructive notices, the documents, because after you give them the documents and you explain to them idiot-proof that what they're doing is unlawful and it's causing crimes against people, it's causing damage to people, and they continue to do it, and they just say, no, they don't care, that's mens rea. You've got the hardest element in your criminal conviction already proved right there on your public record. It can be done fairly quickly and efficiently for people that know how due process of law works.
too bad nobody else had their, what together because of the whole thing of people sitting outside Congress and as far as, what's it called, grievances, what's it called, Charles? Seeing their grievances, you have the right to petition your grievances and to have them heard, but no, they just neglect us and don't say anything ad nauseum.
Yeah, well, see,
here we are. Yeah.
All of those legislative tribunal institutions are of a civil municipal nature. If we get our common law courts properly functioning and our judicial officers properly adjudicating cases, then the superficiality of separate lawmaking authority is vaporized, because all law is supposed to harmonize with common law, and the best way to figure out what common law is to follow due process of law and assemble a 12-person jury in response to a complaint before the court. That's how.
So basically, what you're saying is, once we get our together, put in place, and start jurifying things and going with the court of law, that anybody else out there has to look at it as legitimate.
Well, that's according to the
U.S.
Constitution.
They don't have to, but yeah.
Well, according to the U.S. Constitution, everything except the guns says that they have to. If they pull out a gun, well, maybe they don't have to right then in that moment, but
they've committed an infraction.
Yeah.
So, how do you feel about what Paul's talking about?
Well,
what's going on?
I love Paul like a brother. He's a really nice guy. But he's entangled in a lot of thought process that's conventional. See, I'm coming at things from an unorthodox, unfashionable angle. And Paul used to be the peace judicial officer. Huh?
Yeah. Well, what he's talking about doing, and it seems like it's last minute, as far as having representation and whatnot, as far as his involvement.
Well, I can see a number of things that could be done much more quickly and efficiently. And every once in a while, I'd share some constructive criticism with Paul, and he usually responds gracefully. But after I make my points, then next week when we have a conference, then he's back to square one again, and I got to explain it to him again. And
but what's he trying to do, Charles? Is he trying to represent his case with this whole thing that's going to go on now on Monday as part of it?
He's doing media outreach in what's going on in the Monday thing. He's just going to talk about how terrible everything is. I don't think he's going to make any significant progress on Monday towards getting any judicial resolution.
So he's going to be a testimony?
Well, yeah, it's an interview. It's a television show on that webpage that they gave you. It's a
But that's 7 p.m. That was Eastern time, right? At 7 p.m.?
I presume so, yeah. Both Mike and
I needed to ask that. Okay, all right. Hopefully I can see that. So, Charles, keep me posted. Are we the only ones here now? Anybody else?
We've got Nikki with us from Pennsylvania. Do you know Nikki?
Mickey. Hi, Mickey.
Are you there, Nikki?
Okay. Oh, Nikki.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just writing them down, Charles. Just to, Nikki. Is that Nikki or Y or?
It's
yes, I am.
N-I-K-I.
And who is here? From Oregon?
Okay.
Oregon?
Yeah. Where Charles used to live, Mark Jorgensen, Portland, North Beaverton, west of Portland, west side Portland. Actually, it was the development of west side Portland, where the loggings went over the hill, west side, and made a lumber company, right, Charles?
Sounds right, Mark.
you're kind of garbled.
We can't hear you. This sounds like a female, dear. I can't hear you, Nikki. Something's muffled. Your microphone or something. Your phone.
Yes, yeah, and your sound is coming through that too.
Okay.
Okay.
And Nikki, where are you from again?
I used to work with some guys that were doing logging up in Ketchikan, Alaska, in Edna Bay, Alaska, actually, and they were from Oregon. And I can't think of the name of the towns that they said they were from, but anyway, that was, 1960. Long
What's
time
your
ago.
state, Nikki?
I'm sorry?
What's your state, please?
Pennsylvania.
Oh, Penn. Yeah, okay. PA. Thank you. All right. Oh, my mom's side is from a little town east of Syracuse, 500 people when she grew up near Pennsylvania. But good to hear you, Nikki. Were you on the whole call?
Yes, I was listening in, and I hear a lot going on. And I was in court actually on Thursday, and when I get the transcript, I will definitely share it, and possibly this might be a way to go because of my standing here in Pennsylvania, based on the fact that I've inherited property that has never, or real estate, that has never been mortgaged, and everything was purchased prior to April of 1945. So it is under
how big of a plot? How big of a plot?
Say again?
How big of an area, if I may?
It's just a tad under an acre, like 9/10
okay.
under
So it's relatively small, but nonetheless, okay.
Right.
Interesting. So what's going on?
There's a tax issue, and when I inherited the property, I became executrix. My uncle had me in his will since 1985, and he died in 2007. And when I started,
you're trying to get the deed. You're trying to get the deed to the property, right? Bottom line.
Oh no! I already have it. It's. I mean, that's not the issue. The issue is that the back of the property is on a riverbank. Okay, there's a river that runs behind there, and they ran a sewer line through there in 1973. And when they ran the sewer line through there, the municipal authority who ran the sewer line through it never got an easement agreement. The family never signed off on an easement agreement. And anyway, when I saw that, I contacted, I did a notice of fault and gave an opportunity to, to resolve it. And what I got in return was this what do you call the easement agreement? Okay, it said an easement agreement, and it had no date. It had April 1973 with no date in there, no book number, no page number, and the notary, who was an attorney in the next town, he's, according to this paper that I got, this easement agreement, and there was no stamp under it or anything. Anyway, what he said was that my grandmother had stood before him in 1973, and she died in 1959. That's how bogus this instrument was.
Oh, my gosh.
And when I went ahead and filed a complaint with the disciplinary board, what I got in return was said they did nothing wrong. Okay? And then what I found...
Only but outright lie, right?
And then I was down in the courthouse, or the, what do you call it, the assessor's office, or whatever they call it down there, and with my daughter, and my daughter says, "Hey, Mom, look at this. There's, it says there's an instrument filed." And when I looked, oh my goodness, it was the same thing. Somebody had just put in a date, and it was this other lawyer, and works for the same company that the first lawyer worked for, and the solicitor for the Lackawanna River Basin Sewer Authority, that is. And anyway, what happened is when I filed a complaint against him, it went to another jurisdiction here in Pennsylvania, and I got my response. I'm in northeastern Pennsylvania, so that was a different district, but the other district out in Pittsburgh, which is the other side of the state, sent a response saying that he did nothing wrong either because he was called and he said he didn't do it. And yet his name is on the docket for the filing of this what did I call it before?
Yeah, they're all in one. Nikki, they're all in one. The problem is that they're all in one club, right? But
yes,
the thing
exactly.
Is this Nikki? Is this piece of property? Is it pivotal? Is it, or do you think someone's just going after it to have it? What is it? Is it because of the river? It's on the river. What?
Oh, it's between the main street and a river. My grandparents had a store, a saloon, a boarding house. There was a couple of other rentals on here on the property. Chicken coops in the backyard, and then with the zoning ordinance, things like this. And I'm old enough to remember, some of the things.
Okay, so those guys are probably looking at it as a constructive area to profit from, correct?
Probably, and I am the only one, I believe, probably in the area that has never remortgaged, or this property has never been remortgaged. Okay? So it's never been out of the original Article 1, Section 10, silver, and, silver coin jurisdiction. And I mentioned that to the judge on Thursday. I said, so where do I bring this? Because, not the easement agreement. All I want is a bona fide lease agreement. You've been employing the property, or the Lackawanna River Basin Sewer Authority has been employing the property for all these years without a bona fide easement agreement. All I want is a lawful easement agreement and a lease, for all the, because we paid full cost. We had usually four things were rented out. So, the storage was being paid by us. So they owe quite a bit of money. So.
But you are in ownership of the land, right?
Correct. And another thing too is I went ahead and I put all my children on there too as being the owners. As far as succession goes, because the lawyer that we hired to do this, to make the changes and dissolve the corporation, because the family had it in a corporation for a while, but that was all prior to them taking the silver out of the coin also. So none of it has ever been, and when I went ahead and transferred the title to the ownership of the property, I gave the lawyer a silver certificate to do it with, and I went ahead and made a photocopy of it and stuck it into the file. So all of that, and I had his secretary notarize it to make sure that, they knew that who I gave it to. So for the purpose given. And another thing, too, is that I've also brought up the issue of seigniorage on behalf of the people of the township as well as Lackawanna County, for that matter. And seigniorage, of course, is the printing of notes for the cost of printing, and so that we don't have to pay taxes. And this is actually in the books. So are you aware of the word seigniorage?
I am not. Charles probably is, though.
I will spell it for you. SEIGNIORAGE. Got it?
Yeah.
And look it up on Investopedia, and you'll see that it's, and the cost of printing notes actually has gone down to 6.2 cents. It was 7.7 up until a few months ago for a $1 note. When I learned about this, it was 3 cents to print a note of any denomination. That was back in 1993, and it was in the Richmond Federal Reserve booklet. And it was 3 cents to print a note of any denomination, and I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, for every $10 of my labor, someone is pocketing $9.97? And then I am being charged on the face value of that note tax for 20%. which is another $2. So for every $10 of my labor, I'm actually $11.97 indebted to the owners of the Federal Reserve. And then I got to thinking about it. I said, wait a minute, this isn't right, because silver was taken out of the coin. We are their creditors. So on Thursday, I mentioned about, the taxes. I said, I shouldn't have to pay taxes if you're making money from your end users by using this property, employing this property for your services. I mean, something is wrong with this picture. So anyhow, I'm kind of scattered until I'm explaining it.
Yeah, you got an issue. You definitely got an issue. I appreciate you explaining it. It's very interesting, and I wish you Godspeed with that. The thing is that all that what you talk about with it shouldn't be taxed or whatever. That's all a fact. Okay, as Charles probably knows, our income tax, there is no law that requires us to pay it. End of story.
Oh, I know.
It's already been proven. This is what Charles and I were in a group like around the 2007 era. It was all about this because the guy made the movie America, Freedom to Fascism. Okay, he was a representative in Utah or something.
I actually met Aaron Russo in person.
Oh, really?
I met him in person. Yes. I was living in Las Vegas at the time. Yeah.
What a privilege. Okay, nice.
Yeah, he was in the circle, of people with Irwin Schiff and Ted Gunderson at the time. Oh yeah, I've met all these people.
Ted Gunderson. Well, did you live in Portland? No, you know somebody here, right?
No, I've never lived in Portland. No.
Okay. Well, Gunderson is a big name here. Charles, you know that name?
I do.
Charles Go? Okay.
Yeah.
Gunderson is with the company, Nikki. Excuse me. Go ahead, Charles.
I was just affirming what you said. Gunderson was out of California. He's ex-FBI agent, chief FBI officer of the Los Angeles office. He had a budget of like $10 million.
I wonder if he's the same Gunderson, Charles. It's FMC down at the waterfront that used to make Exxon tankers, 600-footers, and I worked there because I was a welder out of community college, which I'm not now. But FMC is a huge corporation into all kinds of stuff, but this was like the shipbuilding, and it was also called Gunderson. And I remember the name Ted Gunderson, but maybe that's from politics.
Yeah, Ted Gunderson was an FBI director, I think, right?
Jeez,
wasn't it? He was the director of FBI. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, do you have that movie, America, Freedom to Fascism, from Aaron?
I had seen it, and like I said, I've met him in person, so I know the situation very well there. Yeah.
You do know that was going viral for a while on YouTube while that was happening. It was going viral.
Yes, it was.
It was going, it was going big time. Mm-hmm. So what was the three issues again? It was the income tax, it was RFID chipping, and what was the third one? Charles, do you remember, Nikki? There was three issues on that video. What was the third one? I always forget. Oh, jeez. Taxes. He talked to the head. He talked to the head of the. He talked to the head of the IRS, and that guy couldn't even open his mouth when he said, "Is there a law that proves it?" And the guy was like dumbfounded. That was so funny. And then RFID. That's a whole other story, but I can never remember the third part of it. Watch it again, I guess. Okay, but so what are you going to do now, Nikki?
I never broke it down like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Glenn, I kind of get it together, and I'll let you guys know, because I was talking to a couple of people here about getting together and doing a jury, doing a jury. And so I appreciated what that other fellow was saying about doing it. And
okay, do you feel like you're being represented properly by your lawyer? Is he serving you properly?
I don't have a lawyer. I brought everything in as a claim of cognizance. I thought
you said you had a lawyer. You're kind of breaking up. Are you on a phone?
No, I'm not, but you were breaking up too.
Oh, geez. Okay.
I brought everything in as claim of cognizance. Claim of cognizance allows me to, make a.
But you just mentioned you said your lawyer a little while ago when you were explaining. I swore I heard you say your lawyer.
That was just for the to wrap up the property after my uncle died and dissolve the corporation. Yeah.
Okay.
That was back in 2009 or so. Yeah, but you're right about the IRS. I mean, it's right there, the way when you sign your name, that, it says this, I believe that this is accurate, or however that's worded, it's just by our signature. And that's an interesting. I have a part of my life, that was that too. And I went ahead and used GSA forms, and they've left me alone since then.
Mm-hmm. So how long has this issue been going on?
I've been around for a while.
How long has this issue been going on, Nikki, with the property?
Just since 2007, when he passed away.
I see.
Yeah.
Wow.
If I might, Mark's voice is coming through pretty clear for me, but Nikki, you're quite garbled in your whatever.
Yeah.
If you're talking over the internet or something, it's pretty hard to comprehend your words. Mark, are you experiencing the same problem?
Yeah,
yes,
I think he said he is. Yes.
You're better now. You're better now. Yeah.
Okay.
It was a temporary road bump. Okay.
Well,
what issues? Yeah, excuse me.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Nikki, please.
Oh, no. I have nothing more to say. In fact, if you didn't answer me or ask me a question, I would have answered.
Oh, well, you looked like you were going to say. Thought you were going to say something there. Okay.
No,
well, I was just going to ask, what's going on in Pennsylvania? Wasn't Pennsylvania one of the states, or that was one of the last ones to come in on the voting?
Yes, there's another thing to my issue here, is that Joe Biden hometown is Scranton, Pennsylvania, where the county courthouse is. So it's Lackawanna County.
Yeah.
And Lackawanna County was the last county to be a county in Pennsylvania. And it was never recorded in Pennsylvania. And I was told, but through a right to know back in 2009, I think it was, that I could find the information I wanted about the Fell Township, the township I'm in, by contacting the clerk of courts of Lackawanna in Lackawanna, New York, at the city of Lackawanna, New York. And that makes perfect sense because of the area Lackawanna, railroads, and during the Industrial Revolution, and the bankers were coming in and they were siding with the railways and, through the directors. And I mean, there's a lot of history, and my grandparents were shareholders in a local bank. And when, of course, the gold was taken and so on and so forth, and the seigniorage came into being. And I have evidence from 1937 newspaper that how money is monetized, or how the bonds are monetized. And the municipal authorities kind of took over in 67 and 68, and I wasn't in the area at the time. However, in a lot of states, they had these conventions, and what they did is it seems like the Bar Association took over in all of the states with the municipal authorities, the Municipality Authorities Act, and that came into being beginning in 1947, it looks like, from my studies. So it's interesting. Interesting. And I found an old newspaper from 1945 up in the attic when I was cleaning up here. And it had in there about how they sold the authorities to the people. And they did all this as they were I mean, that was their way of informing people through the newspaper and their ads in the newspaper how they would go about doing certain things. And if there were no objections, they were told what they were going to do. And the same thing with, you know, the Federal Reserve Act, the Central Bank Act that was passed in 1913. I found in 1910 newspaper that there was a couple of people going around the country, and what they were doing is they were telling people, if bankers, actually, they were lecturing the bankers that if the Central Bank Act was passed, that they would become more powerful than government itself. And surely they have.
Oh, wow.
Yes. So there's a lot of historical facts here.
Yeah.
And
the sales ramp up cycle.
Yeah, and I'm in the anthracite area. Lackawanna County is in the anthracite area, anthracite coal. So back during the Industrial Revolution, I mean, this place was booming as far as, I guess, what was happening and how they took over and the kind of people who were in the area, of course, and Biden's family goes back to 1907, and I guess his great-grandfather was in the Senate, but he was in from 1907 to 1910, I believe. So why he was only in there for 3 years in a 6-year term, it was really, you know, I found a little bit strange, but I don't know the history behind it. I haven't looked at that yet.
Uh-huh. I bet you want to find that out, huh?
It should be interesting.
Yeah.
And one of the attorneys with the Lackawanna Tax Claim Bureau, which I went to court for, in February, she was representing the Bureau, and she had the name of this ancestor of Biden. So this is their common ancestor, and I thought, can't make this stuff up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, how you came to see Aaron Russo before his Restore the Republic effort?
Well, I was involved with the Independent American Party out there in Nevada, and I ran for a Senate seat. I had lived there from I had lived there from 76 to 82, and then I went back in 93. It must have been 93. And I was there until 98. So when I went back, I had friends that were involved with the Independent American Party out there, and which was the U.S. Taxpayers Party nationwide at that time. And I think they're still, they kept the name Independent American Party. And I went ahead and I ran for a Senate seat, a local Senate seat, that is. And I got over 5% of the vote, so I guess that's probably, you know, okay. But Ted Gunderson was running in 94, I think it was, that he was running 94 or 95, whenever he was running against Clinton. He was trying to run against Clinton. And on the primaries, and he saw just how corrupt they wouldn't even give him time of day, and he came over to the U.S. Taxpayers, or the U.S. Taxpayers Party nationwide, the Independent American Party, and he ran for a congressional seat, I believe, at that time.
I'm sure that's where I saw his name going up against Clinton.
Yeah, probably.
But whether he's the Gunderson that I know of, but I don't know. But anyways,
If you,
so back to your story. Back to your story leading to Aaron Russo.
I probably, because, and then some of I went to a meeting, and there was Aaron Russo, and he was standing up, and he was saying, what was it? It was, I'm mad as hell, and I ain't going to take it anymore. He was all in costume and everything, and there was probably 100 of us in the room. And
what kind of costume?
A short time later, he started to run. He was running for governor. So while he was running for governor, the Independent American Party was, helping him along. So that's how I got involved, knowing him.
What kind of costume was he wearing? Like a triangled hat? or what? Patriotic thing?
It was like a cape, and I don't know if he had a hat on or not, but he had like a cape, and I thought, this guy's a character.
He's showbiz, Yeah. But, wow, interesting. So, you have seen his movie. You can see it on YouTube that is called Mad as Hell.
Yeah, in fact, I think I have it on a blog, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I need to see it again.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not even sure that I did see it. Oh, geez. So, but, Charles and I were on the thing. Were you on Restore the Public? You didn't say you would have.
I was involved with that, Restore the Public, until Tim Turner took over. I was with the Pennsylvania group here.
Okay, no, this is with Aaron Russo. It's called RTR, Restore the Republic.
Oh, I don't.
I don't know what I don't know what year it started in. It was around 2005 to 6 to 7, somewhere in there.
I
you know when it started, Charles?
Fred Smart?
Huh?
Was that with Gary Franchi or Fred Smart?
Yes. But when did it start with Aaron? I'm not sure the year.
I didn't know Aaron was involved with that group.
He started it. He was the head guy. You knew that. Aaron Russo was the head, man. You knew that, didn't you?
I must have Restore the Republic.
I don't recall him as being that, either.
No, he's the one. He would come on only once in a while, and then everybody would be on that call, like over 100 people. And then 100 people on a conference call was like, whoa, is this thing going to shut down or what? Yeah.
Well.
And then Fred Smart, and I don't know what happened. I think it was because Gary Franchi came in and then sort of stirred things up, and Aaron Russo was being led around by somebody else seeing some video or something, and then it just sort of fell apart from there. And Fred went one way, and other people went the other way, and then Gary Franchi kind of carried it on, and he started a news. Do you know Gary Franchi, Nikki?
I don't know if I ever met him personally, but I know of him. But I have met Fred Smart. I have met Fred.
He runs a nice patriotic news podcast. I feel a broadcast on the net, and it's what's it called, Charles? Next News Now, I think it is. Is that correct? A network. Next News Network. There we go. NNN, and then they go 3N or N3 as a kind of logo, Yeah, he has the full desk, the full background, really looking sweet. And Gary does a good job. I've seen him multiple times, and his wife is there helping him out. And, he's kind of like siding up against Alex Jones type thing,
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You know Alex Jones, right?
Out there.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So, Alan, geez. Charles, I can't believe you said you didn't know that Aaron Russo was the head of Restore the Republic.
No,
I'm working on trying to save the country, and I'm not a big fan of Aaron Russo. I think
there we go.
I think he took energy away from other people that were doing truly profound work, like the Montana Freeman.
All right.
And when he made his movie that everybody was all hollering and screaming and jumping up and down about, I already knew everything in the movie. It didn't tell me anything.
Well, Aaron Russo's not as smart as you, God darn it.
well, I didn't mean it for it to go there, but
he just knows
even if Aaron Russo was a profoundly well-motivated man, what did it bring us? He was a lightning rod that attracted a lot of attention for a short period of time, and how much has that advanced us? Other people like Gordon Call.
All I can say to that is it did ignite a few matches, but like mine, for instance. But you're a different case. But he did make some good issues stand out with that video. That's one good thing there.
Admitted. But we're in a spiritual war, and they have to posture. The subversives have to posture, and I'm not accusing Aaron of being subversive, but there are subversives among us, and they always posture as being concerned and presenting some real good issues in real articulate manners that sounds like they're just cutting edge people. But when it comes time to actually start doing something that's really going to make a difference, all of a sudden they flake out. And that's where the problem is at. We're surrounded. The Bible was clear. False prophets will arise in multitudes and mislead multitudes off into the pit of hell. We got to be vibes checking the people that are in positions of leadership and people that are acting like they're in positions of leadership. Are they joining in conferences like this where we're comparing notes and we're trying to build a consensus, or is it just one big guru jumping up and saying, I'm going to do things this way and everybody else needs to do what I say? See, that's top-down authoritarianism. Jesus Christ didn't do it that way. He was a consensus builder, and I believe all the others were. I think Moses led the 12 tribes of Israel through a consensus-based process. Moses could do miracles, just like Jesus. When you can do miracles, everybody says, hey, let's follow him. He can do fantastic stuff. You know, there's when you and that very model of government in Exodus 18 that's preserved in the common law of organizing communities by the tens, the 50s, the hundreds, and the thousands, that hierarchy means that consensus can be built at each level. So each level is fully accountable to the level underneath it. The upper levels are fully accountable to the levels underneath them, and the lower levels, they get to pick and choose who their spokesperson will be based upon the consensus of the community at the lower level. See, and there's a section in the agenda here, agenda item 6, where I was planning on talking about that if we didn't get distracted with other things, which we did. But it's at the lower levels, like the 10 town qualified electors, they've got immediate recall over their town constable. They can call for a vote of confidence in him at any time. And when you apply that principle clear on up through the various hierarchies to the President of the United States, the Supreme Court of Law with 12 members could call for a vote of confidence in Joe Biden or Donald Trump or anybody else at any time. And if there's somebody else that's percolating to the top that's better, then just step down right now and let the other person that inspires more confidence in a higher level constituency for responsible leadership of the nation.
Yeah, based on confidence, not dollars. That's the problem.
Yeah. Well, you see, we got to get people involved. We got to get responsible people involved in the decision-making process.
That, Charles, is definitely the answer to term limits and all that business.
Yeah, I don't like term limits. You know,
God.
On a rare occasion, when you get a good person in there, then you got to kick him out in a while. So
that's the whole damn problem with senators, man. But I got to ask you, Nikki. When you were doing this whole thing with the American whatever, revolution, and I'm sure it was good, but how did you feel as a grassroots underdog? But you got to feel like rah, hey, our team's gonna, we're gonna do it. But 5%, that was commendable, I would think. You had to feel real proud for that. But my whole issue is, screw this system of government with this two-party business. It's a bunch of nonsense. We know why, because the media's behind it. It's easy to track, or the puppet masters that want to fight one off against the other. We get that, but it's nonetheless it's baloney. How was it when Lincoln was around and those guys? It was you stand up on your soapbox and you give your 2 cents worth, and the people make up their own mind. Here. But I got to ask you, how did you feel when you were in that organization? I want to hear what your feedback is, please. Nikki, you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here, but what was the question?
I wanted to see how you felt when you were in that, group in, was it Nevada there? that you were, going up the American group there. I don't know the full name there, because it's one of the parties. It's not Republican or Democrat. I mean, we have those. Mm-hmm. They may make a big showing, but the reality is they're not going to get elected. It's like we all seem to know that, but there is a possibility, and we know that also.
Correct. But when I came back to Pennsylvania, I went ahead and I signed up Constitution Party. So and I ran against the congressman that was on the board of directors of the United Nations Association of Northeast Pennsylvania in 2002, and I ran against him in 2004. And I got over 14,000 votes in the 10th Congressional District here in Pennsylvania, or what was the 10th Congressional District at that time. So that was over 7% of the vote. So I thought that is interesting that just by showing that sheet of paper where, the congressman's name was on the board of directors of the United Nations Association of Northeast Pennsylvania, and they're building more public support for the United Nations, not for, the United States of America. And and so I haven't been sitting idly, and I found, I think what he talked about is Aaron Russo, because back in 2007, I went ahead and I watched the movie Freedom to Fascism when it opens in a theater near you. So I was watching when it was coming out, and this was in regard to Hazleton, because the Hazleton mayor was running for an office. And what was he running for? I think he was running for a congressman. Anyway, the thing is, and that was in another district. However, he was talking, I think he was talking about the chip as well. That might have been the third thing that you were thinking of.
No. So I said RFID. It was something else.
Yeah, that would be the RFID. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't associating that, but and of course the link for the.
It may have. RFID kind of goes along with surveillance and cameras in public and all that stuff too. But I'll have to check that one out. But I just wanted to see how. My question was again back to Nevada, how you felt being in that American political group at that time, knowing that you're probably not going to get elected.
Oh,
because you felt like you could. Or,
I got to talk to people and plant seeds and water them, and that's the way I feel about it.
So for you, it was more or less a training ground that you could be politically educated and move up the ranks and learn the process and all that?
No, not necessarily. No. The reason I did what I did is because I realized that people did not know what they did not know until they knew it. So being able to talk about the things that were going on at the time, I mean, it really surprised me when people in the Independent American Party, I mean, these were leaders, and they were involved with the 10th Amendment Committee, and I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, the 10th Amendment Committee? What's going on here? And they would say that they were equal footing with the 13 original colonies. And while I was running for office, we went up to Carson City, and in Carson City I had to buy a Nevada Constitution. It cost $2 for the Nevada Constitution. And I'm sitting with a friend of mine, and I said to her, I said, look at this, Article 1, Section 2. And Article 1, Section 2 in the Nevada Constitution says that it starts out like the original, but then when you keep on reading Article 1, Section 2, it says, but, and then a comma. All power is with the federal government, or however it's worded, and that in cases of rebellion they can come in. And I mean, it's just, and the Supreme Court, they rely on the Supreme Court to make the decisions that will affect every other state in this union. And
so does that undercut the whole idea of? Excuse me, Nikki. Does that undercut the whole idea of states having their own sovereignty?
Correct, but I
mean, Charles.
If you're by your computer, just type in Nevada Constitution and look at Article 1, Section 2, and read it, and just pay attention to the but. But also realize, too, that in 1913, when the Federal Reserve Act came in and the 17th Amendment, what the 17th Amendment with the direct election of senators did was it breached Article 1, Section 3 of the U.S. Constitution, where 2 senators were selected from amongst the legislative Senate right there in the state, who were already directly elected to represent the people and the state. So since 1913, with the direct election of the senators after the Federal Reserve Act was passed, what that did was it actually nullified the 10th Amendment. And in trying to explain this, I was really surprised that the people who I was there with didn't know what it said in the Constitution. I pointed it out to them, and it was like, turn around and walk away from me. It's not me speaking. It's right there.
That's the problem with our whole system, man. It's this whole, and we appreciate Charles and anybody of legalese matter to get through this baloney, because it's all a matter of linguistics and language, like maritime language and all that Charles talks about. It's over the common person's head, but they think they're on top of it and they're superior and they can command this type of language, blah, blah, blah. And, it's fallen down. It's not any good anymore, and there's too much paperwork. And,
Mark, are you aware that the dictionary definition in 1785 of states, it had one definition in 1785 dictionary, 2 years before the preamble was written. States had one definition, even 1828 dictionary of Webster's. If you look up states, you'll see one definition: nobility. We, the people of the united nobility, in order to form a more perfect union for ourselves and our posterity.
Oh, my God.
And when you look at the definition of 1785 of Esquire, you will see that they are the younger sons of noblemen forever.
Did you say 18 or 1785?
1785, 1785.
Well, what does that do? What does that have to say about our founding fathers? I don't want to come down on them, but they did a right thing. We are backing it up. Well, no, Charles and our thing is going even further back than that. We're talking biblical and before that. So
exactly, and all laws contractual, even going back to the Garden of Eden. One stipulation: don't eat of that tree. And Yeshua, he showed us that when he was on the mountain. He did not, comply.
Yeah.
So it's all about contract law. So, with this fudging of language and the ambiguity and looking up the dictionary, not dictionary, but the legal definition of ambiguity, that will make void, everything, knowing that states meant nobility and that preamble was not written for the people. We, the people, is a pica that they use, a big pica, yet the state constitutions at that time, the state newspapers back then, what they did when they put it in their newspapers, if you look at the newspaper articles of 1787, you will see it's we, comma, the people, and yet the pica is so large, the special pica, and that comes under the claim of cognizance. That's why I use it, because the claim of cognizance makes it an issue between two jurisdictions. And if the last thing that it says there is that no other holds pica. So in other words, they recognized back then, and that comes, Bouvier's 1856 Law Dictionary. So it's interesting the way they have finagled their way around, and the things in the Constitution that says no, titles of nobility. if you read that, in Article 1, Section 10 is the only place that it doesn't have in there without the consent of Congress. So without the consent of Congress, in every place else that titles of nobility is written, even the original 13th Amendment, what they're saying is that, we're esquires, but hey, we'll just put in there without the consent of Congress. And when we get all our people in there taken over, we can make this all right, that esquires are involved. Because with the consent of Congress, we did it, right?
Yeah. What was the term you used? Finagling, and all I can boil it down to is it's a bunch of finagling of shenanigans is what it is.
Actually, it's that's not the word to use, so it is ambiguity. Ambiguity.
It's manipulation.
Yeah, but with the ambiguity of the wording, and people not realizing what the dictionary definition was of these words back then.
But you know something, Nikki, on my Trump Second Amendment hat, I believe that was constituted in 1891. The Second Amendment. I have to look at my hat. Does that sound about right?
The Second Amendment?
Yes. The guns, keep the right to bear arms.
No, that's 1791. That was ratified.
That's what I said. But you took. That's right. 1785 would be before that. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it's 17.
Okay, switching subjects. Let me ask you: when you're in Pennsylvania, you're with the Constitution Party. Now that's kind of one of the upper, whatever you call it, besides the major two parties. Okay, and then we have the Libertarians, which has been around a long time, and then all of a sudden, within the last, we'll say 10 years, a bunch of other ones came in, okay? Mm-hmm. And so which ones have the most predominance right now? To me, I'm going to guess the Constitution Party and is it the Libertarian? Yeah, Libertarian. Right. Am I correct?
Probably.
Oh, you don't know for sure? Okay.
No, I don't know for sure. I know that when I was, more involved, and several years ago, I know that we used to talk about our only difference between the Libertarian Party and the Constitution Party was the emotional issue, and the emotional issue, of course, back then for the Libertarians was marijuana, and for the Constitution Party it was abortion. So, those were the emotional issues. And of course, the emotions drive the people to the to the ballot box. Yeah.
Did you see Absolute Proof?
I'm sorry?
Did you see the movie by Michael J. Lindell, Absolute Proof?
Oh, you're talking about the bamboo guy?
The voting, the My Pillow guy, the voting movie that was made.
Oh, you did an excellent job. Mm-hmm.
You did? Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, well.
Hey, listen, it's 8:45. I'm going to go ahead and leave the call. It's been nice talking to you, Mark.
Thank you, Nikki. Same here. We'll have a nice chat again. I appreciate your input.
And thank you, Charles, for allowing it. Thank you.
Sure, Nikki. Bye.
Yes, and hey, Charles, just a quick question. When will you be having this call again? Will it be every 2 weeks, or how are you doing it now?
2 weeks, yes. Yes, May 3rd, a Saturday, I believe, is the date that I'm looking at.
Okay,
my screen is all screwed up. Monday, the 3rd or the 5th. I forget which one. I think it's the 3rd of May.
Oh, okay. So you still going on the 1 month thing, Charles, or are you going to ramp up to every 2 weeks, or how you feel when it would
I'm presently doing it every 2 weeks. We used to do it weekly, but now we're doing it every 2 weeks because...
Oh, every 2 weeks. That's okay. So, but the last time we talked, I thought you said it was monthly, but okay.
And if you look in the email, there's a web link to a schedule that's pasted on the web page, and I'm planning to get that updated tonight. And yeah, that should explain with precision the upcoming conferences for the month or so ahead.
Okay, and remind yourself too. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so today's Saturday, so in 2 weeks it would be May 1st.
This is Saturday. We're switching to Monday on our next conference.
Oh, you are. Okay, yeah, the 3rd then. Right. Okay, good. All right, great.
Okay. All right.
Well, I'm going to say goodbye to Charles. Thank you, and Nikki. Super good talking, and we're getting a little more of a group going here. Then, how many do we have on? I counted no, wait a minute. With Nikki, it was what,
10.
7? I think. Huh?
10 was showing up as far as attending.
9. I got 9. Okay, there's someone I'm missing then. I had Charles, Chris, Shorty, Lewis, Roland, which I didn't hear from, Paul, Michael, and Nikki. Who did I miss?
Yourself.
No, I had me. That was 9.
Oh, okay. Okay, guys, I'm going to leave. Yahweh bless.
Okay, Nikki, thank you. Just kind of taking a list here so I know people's names. Well, God, I'm glad I came on, Charles. It was really invigorating, man.
Well, I could kind of detect that you needed some camaraderie there, and I'm glad you got to meet the group and had a good experience.
Yeah, it's very solid, Charles, and I'm happy to hear that. The people they're very dedicated sounding, and that's what you're looking for. Me too, of course. You got to have that, and solid and knowledgeable and all that, and meaningful, whatever you have, and good character sounding. So. Interesting, man. I hope I can see that thing on Monday night.
I wouldn't worry about it. It's in my opinion, it's low-level discussion. They're just going to be talking about how much corruption there is in the election process.
Just starting. Yeah.
Well, and the video will probably be made available later.
I wonder how long this thing's going to go on, man. That would be interesting. You never know, do you?
What thing are you referring to?
Well, this thing about the Dominion and Michael Lindell.
It's focused on a specific election that is not addressing the fundamental issues. They're probably going to continue to milk it for a real long time, for as long as people are stupid enough to continue to be fixated by an issue that isn't going to solve anything fundamental.
Oh, jeez. Wow.
I'm sorry, I'm a bit cynical. I wish I could be more optimistic.
You can see through it,
Huh?
I say at least you can see through it.
Well, I like to think so. I'm not 100% confident of my own vision, but I look around and I don't see hardly anybody else that can see what I can see, so I'm kind of inclined to believe that my vision is better than the rest of them.
I mean, I believe in disclosure, but when you show everything on the media, sometimes it's just not right, It's kind of like you got to do certain things, in private. If it's that, I could see that the OJ thing would have been, but now it's getting to be on the verge of ridiculous.
I don't know what point you're trying to...
And then, hey, take the impeachment, for example, man. And then it goes all public, and it's just a total farce. It's comical.
It's engineered that way. It's engineered to get us away from common law. Impeachment isn't a part of common law.
Wow.
Huh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. From the method that you said, whoever has the sway, then they're going to be put in office.
That would be the organic process.
Yeah.
It should be subject to immediate recall from the constituents immediately below them. And there should be court process available for removing people from office by due process of law. No, you can't bring a complaint against the sitting president in any court of the United States, even though they're committing crimes bold-faced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder how those... Yeah.
The system is designed to perpetrate oppression and tyranny and to reduce the American people to slaves. And unless we start thinking outside the box, we're going to be slaves.
Oh, man, yeah. You hit it there. I just wonder how these states thought that they could go sovereign and break away from the Union, secede, with what we just talked about a little while ago, you know? Because the government says, we own you, the states, you know, from what she said.
Well, they're liars.
They must
they're
not know
liars.
that.
They're pathological control freaks. So we've got a righteous cause to dissolve the federal government if necessary, but we don't need to. We can just re-engineer it along common law lines, and then it'll produce organic accountability to the people. There's a real smooth, nonviolent solution to the whole problem, but you got to get people on the same page. If it's only a few eccentrics out here hollering and screaming about how to do things right, it's never going to get off the ground. That ain't enough people.
So we need to pay attention to what we need to do to get it done. You know, that's kind of what I'm going for, since I'm not a legal person like you. So whatever I can do to help, and, you know, because, I mean, we're going to need a lot of assistance. We're looking at 10 people here, but, you know, things can grow fast. So as far as an outreach goes and making the awareness of the populace aware, and get those people that we need to jump on board, that's the big mission, besides you initially alerting the so-called authorities of this mission. And if they decline, then we have the green light to go ahead and ramp it up. So I guess right now we're just moving ahead with what we have, getting our heads together, getting our little arrow going in one direction, and moving forward until that time comes when they just basically swish us aside with one hand and say, we can't bother with you. Then, boom, green light, we're on, right?
Once they start engineering tyranny and despotism, then the fight's on. And there's various levels.
What do you mean start? It's already started, man, long ago.
Right. Well, and there's people doing riots in the streets. Black Lives Matter and Proud Boys.
You know Oregon. Did you know Oregon lit up here again? Did you see that in the news? I didn't, but I heard it.
Last few days, yeah.
Yeah. In a park. No, they broke windows and stuff too.
If we had our peace officers organized, we could confront the perpetrators.
Yeah, no doubt. I just wonder how much this is happening across the nation. Do you have a beat on that? These little flare-ups, you know?
Sorta. I'm not really concerned.
I mean, hey, last night when I just heard that, you know, these mass shooting things, there was like 50 of them. I don't even know if that was in one state from whatever this last one is, and I can't even remember the state that it was in, for God's sake. But, you know, I mean, I heard something even before that there was like 250 of these incidents where the guy shoots it up in the schools or whatever they are, and then they kill themselves. It's all the same MO most of the time. They did get one guy, though, and, you know, because then they can't get their story and investigate them, and it's you know that they're mind controlled, man. Jeez.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Lee Harvey Oswald and Jack Ruby. Both of those guys got killed before they could ever get in front of a jury.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay, good. I'm glad I got here, man, because I got the smell of it, I got the taste of it, and
yeah. It's good to have you with us.
Well,
there's a number of fellows that are really talented that I'm glad you got to interact with a bit there.
Yes, I see that. That's what I'm happy for, because, you know, I don't have that stuff that you guys have, you know.
Well, you got your own elements, your own resources that you're bringing to the table.
I'm not afraid to say what I think and get it out there, and you know, I get a little toasted, but I need to control my, you know, steam, you know. Yeah, we all have that the angst about it. Dude, I've been holding it in since 1990. You've probably been holding it in since you were born. But, yeah, like I told you, when the guy showed me the bullshit on the dollar bill and the symbolism on there, I about freaked out.
Well, the 911 Twin Towers and stuff?
No, not that crap, man. Just the the leaves and the pillars like on the dime and in the congressional office, those things that go up, the meaning behind them, and in the New World Order whole thing on the Nouveau Order Seclorum, all that stuff. There's a bunch of symbology on the $1 bill and probably all the other ones too. The way it's laid out in Washington, the architectural of the whole land plot there because of the Masons and all that BS. It's just like, what? When I found all this stuff out, it was like, oh my God, what's going on here?
Yeah, we got a bigger problem than what you were thinking.
It's all the same problem, man. That's it,
And it's been with us from the start.
It's getting out of hand. Yeah, that's what it's doing. And the nice thing is that the internet, and now they're probably going to start once, if things go down the shithole too much, Charles, it's going to be like they're going to try to control the internet so much so that you've got a stranglehold on it. And look at the way they're shutting people down.
Mark. I know the agenda is to get it bad and worse and worse and worse. That what we should be talking about is what are we going to do to cut them off at the pass. I got no time to sit here and talk about how it's getting worse and worse and worse and worse. That ain't accomplishing a damn thing, brother.
Yep. Yeah. I'm glad you set me straight on it, but I'm spouting off as far as you go. Yeah.
Well, I do that to other people too. You're not the only one. We got to talk about the solution. It's real easy to get distracted talking about the problem. But and there's a time and place to talk about the problem, because unless you fully comprehend the problem, you can't figure out the solution. But in the name of God, we already know the problem. It's been with us ever since 1789.
I got to interject something. You'll feel like I'm coming down, but I just want to put this in as far as the meeting goes, in your portion there, if I may. It's a critique. It's a criticism, okay? Now, it's a point of something that might help, because I know that you're a thoughtful person. I'm not criticizing you. It's your presentation and how you're coming across when you talk, okay? There's a lot of uhs and ums, Charles. I just want to minimalize it, but when you're doing that, I know you're thinking, getting your thoughts together, but what we're hearing is in between a lot of what you're saying. So just take it for what it is. So when we're listening, okay, you know what I'm saying. But I get it too, because we're on the spot here talking. So it's a little bit trying to follow somebody's training. Just what my suggestion is, just pause, just say what you say if you're getting your thoughts together, and you're relatively succinct in what you say. And because we know you have a good body of knowledge in that head of yours, man, and we appreciate that for sure. So, but the thing is, when you're speaking, just do it and say the words. And if it's an empty space, don't worry about it. Because listen to Paul in Georgia. He's got that southern accent. He's going real slow. I kind of speak slow too, except when I'm ramped up. But he pauses and just lets it come, and then boom, Okay, so it just sounds a little, sort of, what I'm saying, man. You've heard people like that, so
yeah,
just a little thing there for you. So
other people have mentioned that to me too, and I kind of try to watch it, but
it'll be hard to curb. But now that you know, you'll definitely keep a mind to it. So yeah, and we're that way when we talk sometimes too. Everybody, we have our little verbal. Or like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah, the whole
the words idiosyncrasies.
Idiosyncrasies, yeah. Well, Charles, I'm glad I finally got on board and heard everybody. It was really good, and more people than you said, because I think you said something about, I don't know, you said 4 or 5 people, and there was like 10 there, I guess, from what Nikki said. So at least we had one female there. She was kind of hiding behind the trees there. Did she talk in the beginning? She's steeped in political stuff.
Yeah, she's a unique character.
Yeah. How'd you meet her?
I've known her for probably 20 years or so.
Wow. Oh, okay. Jeez. Interesting. So, yeah, the Lewis Hammond, I only got his last name, and Paul was from Georgia, the Southern talking guy. Michael from Florida. Roland, I didn't hear him talk. Did he talk?
He might have, but if he did, it was just for a short time.
And then Shorty, did he talk?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, well, I didn't come on directly right away. I was a few minutes late. And Chris, I heard him too. He seemed pretty knowledgeable. But Michael, yeah, okay. Cool. So, well, things will develop with this group of people for sure. So,
yeah,
I'm just concerned about the numbers and getting it, like, so something is moving ahead, and I know it's moving ahead, but when you think of 10 people, you go, geez, well, I'm not doubting what can be done, but it's like you just want it to be further on down the road in light of what's going on.
From small acorns grow mighty oaks.
We have no idea how this thing's going to bourgeois out into reality.
We do. Put the power in the hands of the people, and they're going to be empowered at the grassroots level to have their own smaller, local, responsibly self-governing communities. That's the solution to the problem. That's where it's going.
Yeah, I love it. I love it because you always concise those ideas, Charles, right into the freaking text, man. So that's what we need in flyers and pamphlets and audios and all that in your video. I know. I can't wait to see your videos. Damn it, I've been offline for 5 days here, man. I know. I should call them right now because I think there's tech support. And it's how much is my phone now? What is it? It's 94. I'm good. I'm going to call them. So. Yeah, I know. It's died on me twice now while I'm talking to the tech. It's like, damn it. And they're running me through the testing thing or doing the best they can, but, nobody said anything actually why the other side of town, Gresham and Beaver, why is it just them that's gone down? But who knows? But it's certainly not within a 24-hour period that it's been resolved. So here I go. Thanks, Chief Chaz.
All right, brother. I guess we'll call it a night here. Pleasure working with you.
Thanks. Keep cool in TX there.
Uh-huh.
I know you will.
Good night, Mark.
So the next thing for sure is on Monday the 3rd, right?
That's God willing, yes, that's what we're going to do.
Okay. Okay, good news. Adios, senor.
Uh-huh. Good night, Mark.